Раз. Доброго ранку, Київ! Доброго ранку, Україно!
Good morning, Kyiv. Good morning,
Вас на щорічній
Ukraine. This is the greatest pleasure
науково-дослідній конференції
to greet you at the
2021.
conference
Раді відзначити, що
Geospatial Data 2021.
оскільки у нас
This is my greatest pleasure
вчив гості
to mention that we have
онних країн, які
guests from various countries,
трошки пізніше протягом
and we
сьогоднішнього.
will
А зараз для відкриття і
have an opportunity to hear foreign guests. Now I would like to give the
архітектури
floor
Петра Кулікова. Прошу.
Mr. Petro Kulikov.
Доброго дня, мої колеги, радий вітати нашого університету.
Unfortunately, the sound is very bad. It's not possible to hear the speaker.
Для нашої країни. Тому я прошу вас плідної співпраці, хороших висновків. І думаю, що ваші рекомендації будуть враховані в подальшій діяльності як наших праців, так і науковців. Добрий путь. Я всі.
А зараз з вітальним словом ми запрошуємо звернутися до аудиторії міністра аграрної політики і продовольства України Романа Лещенка.
Шановні колеги, від імені Міністерства аграрної політики щиро вітаю всіх учасників практичної конференції «Простір 2020». І я хочу подякувати в першу чергу університету Національному будівництву.
The level of the sound is very bad. Now, this is the greeting remarks of Roman Leshchenko, Minister of Agrarian Policy and Food of Ukraine.
Кажучи,
He wishes a fruitful conference.
є дуже важливою.
This event is very important.
Ми ще на встановлення національної інфраструктури просторових даних, коли власне
We
лише
started developing the geospatial data infrastructure several years ago,
дуже складне питання,
and
можливо,
we were trying to develop all the appropriate legislation.
а філософія, яку ми дали в рамках реформи, зводиться до формування
Unfortunately, the level of the sound does not allow
України.
doing interpretation.
Це єдиний шлях до модернізації. Сьогодні ми з вами про геопросторовий як конкретний документальний факт з точки зору програмно-технічного розвитку, з точки зору відповідної інтеграції об'єднаних територіальних громад, розширення функцій, наповнення нових геопросторових даних, а саме головне – це співпраця між освітніми закладами, науковими закладами, органами державного місцевого самоврядування. Для нас важливо, що учасники конференції – це члени великої команди, які працюють на результаті. І мені дуже важливо, щоб в такому напрямку роботи у нас була енергія і тому що напрацьовані вами матеріали, безпосередні результати роботи одразу будуть інтегруватися в практичну частину. З точки зору досконалення самого комплексного здорових уряду, я переконаний, що за цим майбутнє. І геопростор – те, що країну і зробить набагато потужнішою. Тому в цьому році і ми допрацьовуємо до фінансування.
Ukraine was preparing for this very moment. And actually, we've launched the pilot project on state geocadastre, and I'm very glad to highlight a very positive result. And state geocadastre was formalized at the level of the legislation. And today, as you may know, we have already commissioned the prototype of GeoPortal. And 689 arrows data are being actively used. And also we have the urban development, land cadastre, and we have created the personal accounts. Also, we have developed all the appropriate tools necessary. And at GeoPortal, we see the relevant areas of data. And the local authorities, the territorial councils are currently registering their data. Unfortunately, the sound is very bad. Thank you so much. Now we are giving the floor to the representative. Unfortunately, when interpreters start speaking, the sound disappears.
The association has noted that this event is very, very important as we started this work in March, and it's the second event at this platform together with the Geodesy and Cartography Institute. Just a few words about the association. It has been protecting the interests of the community since 1992, working as a lobbyist of their interests. And today's event will basically show us a new direction of opportunities for communities in terms of managing land resources, city building, and so on. And I would like to announce a number of events that take place together with the Association of Medias and the research institute starting the practical trainings in the regional cities, and it has already provided guidelines for the communities to be disseminated among about 80% the whole territory of Ukraine, that is the members of the association. And talking about more practical things, we are going to do that locally in the Oblast. I see today a lot of members of the association here. You'll have my phone number. If you're interested, we will be happy to see you. Thank you very much, the organizers of this beautiful event, and have a great event. Okay, and while we are at question one, I would like to give the floor to participants in the first block regarding the national spatial data infrastructure. Please take your seats in the panel for discussion. And let's welcome them. That's Andrei Galayda from DC, Yuri Karpinsky, Anatoly Lyashchenko, Andrei Cherin, Nadia Lazarenko-Hevel, and online with us today we have a representative of the Kingdom of Belgium, Job Cromfords. Okay, dear colleagues, I'd like to give the word to the representative of the regulator of the executive authority that promotes development of the NSDI, that is the director of Department for Development and Standardization of NSDI, Andrei Galayda. Don't forget the mic. Well, our goal is to create a dialogue and joint informational space for communications, because without it we cannot make it. My topic is, well, it starts with the problems, yet truly you cannot create anything without facing some challenges. So let's start with the challenges. As of today, there are many powerful technologies in the world, in our country, but unfortunately they are not very well implemented. There are many spatial data holders, and they have really good data, starting with cartographic and city construction documents and inventory documents, other special materials that can and should be used effectively. Sorry, we need to switch the slide, but for some reason it doesn't work. Thank you. So I'm getting helped, I think. Okay. unfortunately, there is this factor as low level of readiness of local specialists to create the necessary tools, and low level of development of GIS tools, because probably of low demand is it's caused by the lack of understanding of the effect they can provide if they are used, and there is also low level of financial capacity. And so we have made a long path. We've traveled a lot. It was a long journey to implement this infrastructure, and we are now probably at the beginning, only at the start of development of NSDI. It's just the beginning, and only our joint efforts can ensure our joint success. Now we are building the foundation of the future effective technologies, and the future development depends on us. That's something that we will leave to our uh, children. And this year, we have started the actual pilot implementation of NSDI. We are switching from analog to digital technology in our organization management control all around the world. Special data systems and technologies are being developed. We are joining this process at the national level, and we now have law in the few decrees of the cabinet of ministers. The order of the Ministry of Agricultural Policies on technical regulations plan to create and develop an SDI, and we have experts working on the comprehensive strategy, the experts from the IGIF. This law provides for a list of certain provisions for holders of special data and principles of cooperation. I will not be reading this information from the slides or telling about the regulations and laws. The presentations will be available openly, and I think they will be at least posted on the site of the SSGCC and on the platform created for this conference. So I will skip these few slides, and you will be able to read them later. Currently, NSTI is a service that unites and mobilizes holders of spatial data, helping them to at least standardize and normalize the processes of creation of spatial data. That is getting certain understanding of what spatial data should be, of what quality they should be, and how they should be implemented and organized. And yes, so databases of proper quality need to be created, and the society needs to get the access to the quality and relevant information. There also need to be tools for the use of resources and management tools. Here is the structure of all the parties involved in NSTI forming, starting with the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, and Minister of Agricultural Policies is the implementer, and the State Service of Ukraine for Geodesy, Cartography, and Cadastre is another implementer, and we understand that the holders of the data actually provide information for the database for the infrastructure. And the advantages of data holders is, first of all, at least providing the necessary data to all stakeholders using the United Informational Space, automation of certain working processes, creating quality tools, allowing to making organizational decisions based on quality assured data in a timely manner. And I'm hoping it's our nearest future, but we're just at the beginning of the journey. And finally, our next plan is organization of structure, development of the basic cartographic materials, national and local, ensuring good quality of special data, because the special data tools and products, they also discipline those who actually do the work, because all the mistakes will be seen, the errors will be seen, and if you compare your data with the data from other sources, you will clearly see the gaps. And the organization of consultative and other support and promoting of NSDI among data users, data holders, as well as consolidation and the necessary effectiveness. Additional special data infrastructure is the result of our joint efforts to ensure the quality development. Your GIS tools and portals are an integral part of the national infrastructure, and I urge you to create them, to develop them, to complete them with the quality assured data, and yes, join the national infrastructure. Thank you very much for your attention. Have a nice conference. Thanks a lot. And now I'd like to give the floor for a presentation to Yuri Karpinski and Anatoly Ilyashchenko. I think you've been preparing it together. They will tell us about the specifics of operation of the NSDI in Ukraine, please. A lot. Yes, really, what are the specifics? There are many. First, I will mention just the most important. The data holders and special data producers. Let me start with assessing the condition of development of NSDI in Ukraine. Yes, we're moving from a cartographic paradigm to infrastructure of cartographic production. Right? In to this NSDI, which we see as the system for integration of special data and services used for decision making in terms of in 2020, this assessment was conducted, and for Ukraine, for the following parameters, you see here policy, financial, data, innovation, standards, partnerships, and so on. And the overall assessment result is about 39%, which means country with special data gaps. So it's a very interesting form of presentation of this assessment. You see that the communication is at the lowest point. I hope after today's conference, this result will get a little bit better, reaching the values of other aspects, and we should not overestimate our level regarding the data, because currently we don't have relevant and reliable data at national level, only the data on certain level, and others are in even better, worse conditions. Sorry, but we're just beginning our journey. So what are the main gaps concerning the data and services? First of all is the inaccessibility of data for downloading in vector format at the geoportals of data holders. So you cannot actually download the data even if it's available. Then there is the lack of the set of basic data at the national and regional levels. So I need to say what those are. Those are data, real topographic data. The topical data should be based on the basic data. That specification is data for spatial data. Plenty of spatial data, so it doesn't meet the level used now in the international practice. And a very important lack of the continuously operating monitoring system for spatial data control. And what do they do in the world? What do we need to strive for? We can say that the world now is switching to GeoWeb 2.0, which is basically a third generation of infrastructure where they provide open status spatial data, and we can assess, estimate Ukrainians' commitments highly here, because the users can interact and cooperate with each other in the virtual and requirements regarding spatial data authoritative and assured. Let me point out that the third generation infrastructure allows creating a virtual environment for users. That is, any user can use national infrastructure services to create their own environment for working with the spatial data. So let me tell you this. Here you see the national infrastructure, basic data, topical data, metadata, and services within SDI. And a very important point that has been discussed SSGCC, and they just thought about maybe let's force everyone to make this decision by one system. It will be the national GIS on one platform, fully interoperable, platform data, and we will be working in the same environment. But I believe that this is the wrong path to take, because it is a sort of degradation, like much better solutions meeting the points inspired is to create a network working with the federation of databases of spatial data. And any data holder can create their geoportals and maintain databases at the platforms they adopt locally. It's Oracle, Chase, GIS, whatever. But thanks to this solution and informational services, they can all exchange information and receive services. That is why the national infrastructure is a network of portals. One uses their own rules, but there are federal rules that need to be met to become an active participant of the national infrastructure of the spatial data. Doesn't work? Help me, please. So what are those? They need to implement the following services that are part of the operation, and every system needs to provide the following services, and red is one of the most important services. What feature services providing access and use to vector data using API, and implementing this technical policy of the federation of the database where everyone has their own laws but also follows the federation. So these are the basic geospatial data, 16 types of them. They all refer to topographic object, real world object. And the pioneer stage, very important to Ukraine, is to take it into the same coordinate and heights reference system. Unfortunately, we have not achieved this yet. The next slide, please. Help me. Doesn't work. Okay, oh yeah, here it goes. So in the infrastructure of spatial data, spatial data are considered as three in one. First of all, it's the data themselves, detailed specification of the data, and metadata. There is service information about this data, and the level of production of this data is so high. The bar has been set so high thanks to the activities of the technical committee that created about 100 national standards of national level, which regulate these things. 2 years ago, we have achieved a breakthrough thanks to implementation of Japanese Ukrainian project, more than 100 ISO standards, and each of them is 100 to 150 pages, and they are updated so fast. So they were updated faster than we were able to translate them into Ukrainian. This is a problem general, not just in Ukraine. So JICA agency from Japan created a standard for spatial data, which is an extract from about 12 ISO 100 to create the quality assured data. Now, this standard is the national standard of Ukraine. It is available. Here it is. This concerns the conceptual schema, language for application schema, spatial schema, and so on. Enable this operation, so the bar is pretty high.
And actually, we can use it for modeling. And at the very same time, simultaneously with this standard, they passed 14 ISO standards. They are all available. And actually, they are needed to launch the process of producing high quality data. And this would be it. Speaking about my presentation, thank you for your attention. Thank you so much, Mr. Yuri Alexandrovich. Timing is just perfect. And I would like to invite and give the floor to Anatoly Lyashchenko. And he's going to deliver his presentation. And also let me highlight and mention that we have simultaneous interpretation for our speakers abroad. So slow down a little bit for the interpreters to have an opportunity to catch up whenever you are using some complicated technical terminology. Yes, thank you. Can I see my presentation, please? May I? So, I'd like to continue after the previous speaker, because that was quite a good introduction for my presentation. Well, The key context and the goal of my presentation is formulated here. So it's defining the peculiarities and directions of development of the national infrastructure of geospatial data in Ukraine in the context of decentralization and globally. Well, of course, in the world, there are NSDI conceptions and understanding of the development of NSDI. And actually, for 30 years, they've been developing these very approaches, and every country has walked its own path. And it did it with due account of all the economic, political peculiarities, some mental peculiarities as well. But what is important here is the following. The first generation was based primarily on corporative networks in 1991, and the key sparkle and the key locomotives was the government, the cartography agencies, and the ordnance survey agencies, and they were, so to say, given some orders and instructions what to do. Then there was the next generation starting from 2000. So technologically, this was the generation which was using web cartography. And the key thing was that the participants of NSDI of the second generation were already those within the hierarchic structure. I mean, the hierarchic structure of NSDI, starting with local authorities, private sector was getting included, and actually the integration of data was started and the data was improved. And to crown it all, starting from 2007, we see the third and the next generation here, which is based primarily on creation of virtual environment of interaction, and it is called user-oriented environment. Well, but as it was correctly mentioned by Mr. Yuri Alexandrovich, the previous speaker, we are saying the user of not just geospatial data, but the user of this virtual environment as a whole. Everybody can participate in shaping up of geospatial data, their use in the researches. Next slide, please. Well, speaking about a complicated path of Ukraine, it was already mentioned, and you can see on the slides, you can hear it in the report. I just want to mention one thing. We started as all the normal people in 1991. And in 1992, the State Commission on NSDI by the Cabinet of Ministers was established. In 1992-1993, the project was developed. The project was called Concepts of Multi-Purpose NSDI of Ukraine. And then actually there were plenty of reforms, social, economic, political reforms in our country. And it was, there was not always understanding that that was very important for the development of the country. And thanks God, we've survived till 2021. Well, actually, in 2020, after 30 years of the efforts, the law was passed. And in 2021, the procedure of functioning of NSDI was approved by the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. Here you may see the characteristics of the generations I've just mentioned, and you can see the place of our country, of our NSDI in the global dimension from the viewpoint of institutional memory, institutional heritage, and institution would be what would mean like legalization of the concept at the level of the legislation, orders of the ministry, of the ministries and Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, right? We started it all in 1990, and then at last the world saw the Ukrainian law in 2020 and all the bylaws, right? Well, in 2006, in 2008, at the regional level and inter-regional level, there was Inspire and Pacific infrastructure of geospatial data, etc. And The third generation, as I mentioned, was shaping up of virtual environment and such an idea as ensuring society with NSDI and user-oriented approach with the use of GIS services and Web2 technology, where we are not just using data, but we are generating data. And it's clear that we have to overcome this geo gap with the use of the up-to-date technologies, and UNIG, the Committee of Experts on Global Geospatial Information Management, developed a very good methodology for every country, including our country, when actually we understand in what way to develop. And here you may see the idea and paradigm of hierarchic levels, which is not mentioned in all the details in the Ukrainian law on NSDI, but actually that's the hierarchy which is out there, especially within generations 1 or 2. So it's clear and it's obvious that actually the digitalization of data has got this tier nature. At the level of enterprise, we need detailed information. Then information is a bit generalized as it goes up. And for the strategic management, even more generalized information would suffice. And then we have actually information about digitalization, about resolution. That's all mentioned on the slide. Next, please. Paradigm of the holders of geospatial data. Well, that's already generation 3, because holders of data, owners of data have to give access to their data over the internet whenever they are using this data over the internet, and they're responsible for the high quality production of this data. And we have such an hierarchy because we have an hierarchy at the level of geoportals network, where geoportals are available, and actually it is defined that these are geoportals of various holders of data, including state authorities. Let us proceed to the next slide. And whether it is worthy to institutionally say no to a hierarchic tiers of NSDI of Ukraine. And here on this slide, you may see the rationale behind this question. No, it's not worth doing that. Well, no. Vice versa, we need to reflect this hierarchy somewhere. And we need to create the responsibility for digitalization and generalization of data. And currently, we have this definition that such a hierarchical paradigm it goes hand in hand with the paradigm of administrative subdivision of the country, administrative subdivision of the communities, and decentralization, as you may see, means what? Shifting duties on the use of resources to the local level, and local level is responsible for management of these resources. And it's very important that local self-governments and amalgamated territorial communities are responsible for creation of the information resources which are there to inform the decisions. So actually, they are responsible for the local level NSDI. Let's proceed. And we are saying that actually spatial planning is a tool for achieving the sustainable development goals, because urban development documentation is a source of comprehensive and integrated geospatial data for proper development at all the levels, as it is shown here. And it enables us saying, let's proceed with the slides, that actually GIS of urban development is a very important part of NSDI. And this picture shows us that in urban development cadastre, we see accumulation, systematization of information from various sources, as it is mentioned in the resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine on urban development cadastre. And by these red arrows at the bottom, there are two very important components. This would be informational resources on rayon level, city level, and that's addresses system, which is relying on existing regulations. And namely, the architecture authorities and local self-governments are responsible for collecting and processing this data. And this being the case, we can say that the administrator responsible for creation and administering of NSDI at subnational level, meaning at the level of territorial communities, at the level of oblast or rayon, bigger cities, metropolitans, may be part of urban development cadastre. Let's proceed. Oh, go back. Yeah. So we were saying about user-oriented NSDI architecture. So in the center of this shape, we see users, we see common experts and producers of the data, those generating data, and they have to be based on geospatial data, standards, metadata, and geoportals and web services using the unified standards. And I'd like to draw your attention to the key criteria of this interaction and this behavior, so to say, of the users and the holders of data within the national spatial data infrastructure. This would be 3A criteria: accurate, authoritative, assured. It was already mentioned. Then 3C's criteria, that's collaboration, cooperation, coordination, and 3U's, as they say in the world: use, utility, usability. So, human resources and experience would be something very, oh yes, I'm wrapping up, sorry. So, we still have to work on that a lot. We have to create human resources, bring up, so to say, human resources, and we have to institutionalize the paradigm of the data administrator and geoportals administrators of all the levels. And only when they all interact, it's possible to properly integrate, generate, and monitor data. And at the bottom, you can see coordination, technical policies, and coherence of policies and interaction. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much for very essential, interesting report and presentation. Right, we have the next speaker, and this is Andriy Gennadievich Cherin, a Geodesy and Cartography Scientific Institute, who's going to tell us about the geoportal of the pilot project. Thank you. Oh, I shall be standing somewhere here, I believe. Well, not to reiterate what was already mentioned, let me start with the presentation of the portal. Well, of course, demo is always the best presentation. We were doing this demo, and actually you can see NSDI Go UA. You can see all the demos there, all the materials there. We constantly conduct various webinars. You can have a look at plenty of functions, services, 1,000 arrays of data you can already use. And the key difference, and something we've embedded into this portal at the very beginning, that you can connect to this data. All this data has got certain links, and you can insert this link into your software and use the data. So everybody wanted to have no limitations. You can zoom as closely as possible. And second of all, at this geoportal, there is this basic map. It is depicted here, and it was created based on the available materials. This is not a static but a dynamic map, which is generated based on the databases, and these databases are using data from various authorities like road authority, etc., etc. So all the objects, facilities, everything which is on this map is very dynamic, and we introduce more and more. And we have orthophoto plan. And actually, a lot of people are using it nowadays. Let me go back. Well, when they say about the preconditions of an SDI, well, colleagues just mentioned in what way it all started, but let me mention that the key precondition was pain and need of people. It happened so that the most recent 10 years we were traveling all over Ukraine. People wanted specifications, proper access to data, proper software, and dynamic products. And these are the problems which do not allow people to work properly. That's also industry-specific approach, and NSDI has to destroy this solely industry-specific approach. People just want to have a user-friendly product, a nice map following all the quality standards. Well, NSDI is combining it all in itself, and there are plenty of people who are joining us at all the stages, and their solutions were spread out all over Ukraine as best practices. And as my colleagues mentioned, well, actually, colleagues from Norway said that they needed 30 years to create a full-fledged NSDI system. And of course, we would like to build something like that in 3 years, but I'm not sure whether that's possible. Let us do our best, and let us not repeat someone else's mistakes when, for example, they failed to take into account certain issues in terms of methodology, automatization of all the processes, and it required plenty of resources, manual efforts. And when the systems were kind of in silo, in vacuum, in reference to other systems, so we are trying to heroically solve all these problems. So instead of developing the existing structures, we're trying to correct all the mistakes which were out there since the very beginning. So quality is the key. To have the quality, we shall not be reinventing the wheel, but we shall be based on the best international practices and take into account the current condition, the currently available resources for the system to be viable, not create the system for the sake of the system.
And that is why they often claim that GeoPortal and the system is the same. No, GeoPortal is just the tip of the iceberg, and it's one of the types of visualization because it's much more interesting to use machine readable data than just see them on the portal. It's just the way to present the data. There are also BI systems, analytical systems that are very useful for decision making. They provide you with a general picture, and in the back end, we have a lot of services, quality assurance, data integration, stuff like that. So it could be clearly expected that some better resources and conditions would be available, but the best time to start anything is right away. And as soon as we understood that there would be a law, we started the work. The first stage is clear that in Ukraine we have cities that did not wait for the state to provide them with their ready solutions. And they started creating their own infrastructure, and such advanced cities volunteered to be in the pilot project. We selected a few of them, 2 oblasts, Lviv and Kharkiv oblasts, and started the pilot work. 5 cities, 2 oblasts became the base frame of the NSDI. The result was a success. The presentation and the report, and other cities started joining, about 75 communities. At the second stage, administration work has started, and we want to be very systematic about that. We are developing methodology based on GIF guidelines, a lot of other materials that will be the basis for creation of the NSDI, which I hope will happen within 2 or 3 years. And to avoid the problems, we look for the main principles, on the fly integration to real-time data and services. And we need to note that there are certain points that help us resolve technical and organizational problems. First is the database. We're working with large arrays of data, but before we were able to smaller curated information pieces of territories, we now want the data really smooth, seamless. We need to be automatically validate these are complex models to be created to, for example, select the road, I need to see the connections and so on. All of it should be properly organized, large volumes of data, and done by databases. Change file databases, but it's not what I mean. It's a full solution can be the core of the SDI. Then comes integration. If you look at any city, any agency generates only about 5-10% of the data it works with data. Most of the data comes from other sources. Geodesic planning registries that we have, registry of property rights, this Prozor, Cadastre, all these registries are needed and they need to be integrated in the real time. Of course, they use APIs, other technologies. We cannot wait for them to create the necessary. So, APIs to be able to resolve technology, press up, Solo, assembly, others. They are standards, but not the GIS. Systems allowing to take all this data quickly and use it, and then if they use the same principle. Now, one of the trends the world is using open source data. And open source solutions. So there are many about not relevant to the Bible, but all technologies now are open source. For example, it's Android, Chrome, which is open source. But it is important to note certain points. Every one of you can download the QGIS and start working with it. So to start working with GIS, you don't have to wait or to buy something you need to download a ready-made solution. Create your own infrastructure and join the SDI. Open source solutions offer a lot of advantages. They are also that they have great documentation and provide good security. You know, the commercial products from the aggressor country are not safe. They're closed to the source. We know nothing about what's in. Another point is the flexibility and promptness of development of additions. So you can increase your infrastructure in a few clicks. Plus, tools give infrastructure. It's not a map and a so it's a website. It's the API, and let me mention a few numbers. The construction system daily uses about 20 million requests, signing lots of documents. There are huge amount of data, and there are necessary technology must open source used internationally. So an infrastructure of a large city or any modern project is quite complicated, and GIS is but one. So these are examples of the solutions produced by various open source actors. And I agree with Anatoly here. Speaking about the technologies, about the data, about data integration. And if we speak about the data, there is an important point. We used to think that our data are great. And as Yuri showed, we got 50%, but when they are in the safe, they're nice. And working with them, start combining them, you see a lot of duplications, a lot of discrepancies, codes that were not matching. Because if you want to automate something, you need a perfect quality of data. And only when the validation verification feature just started, they all had errors. So this is a parallel process, and a lot of work has been done. So the technology is on the path of it, and to build an SDI, you need people process. To speak about people, you have researchers, you have experts who are really, really good in the regions, on the national level, the leaders who actually lead this process, transform a lot of things and create infrastructure. There are politicians and public servants who understand that it's a long run process and that they join efforts. It's also good. These are just the first steps, and we need to change the education. We need to add the modern processes to it and transform it for the geospatial infrastructure. We need to teach users, so the people are the basis of it all. There are processes too, and they're quite chaotic, and this is an overall trend of this sort of models for process management allow us achieving new goals in a flexible type manner. If we use that good chance for us to achieve the goals, and I must say that we should not reinvent the bicycle. It is a ready-made solution. We can use the standards. Let's adapt them and use. And there is a good understanding of the countries who have done it before us. We just need to use their experience and get so. So we need to create an SDI not just for the sake of it, but to do something useful, and we need to understand how this cases will work to improve the GDP, because GDP growing by 3 or 5%, there should be some decomposition, and we need to beat the corruption here and optimize the resource use there, providing the case the situation which producing 0.4% of GDP, but together they provide really good results. We have very good technological base, probably the only one remaining in Soviet countries. If you look at Kazakhstan or Moldova, they've lost the resources, still have them. So Ukraine, sleeping giant, wake up. We may be not exporter of GIS technologies. And the goal is to develop our own resources and change the culture of production, not using paper-based maps. It's clear that we need to do it. But I understand that most of our problems are caused by the fact that civil servants, public servants cannot make proper decisions based on real evidence, and then STI needs to change that. All the politicians be well trained on You're running out of time. Yes, I'm done. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. But not to waste time and to give the floor to Kevin. If you tell us about the main state topography for the NSTI. Just thinking about the main graphic map of the state is not just for NSTI, but for our economy and security. Of course, have numerous problems. Everyone wants to get the data and understand basic some real objects and topical data based on the real world data from the cadastres, registries, analyzing development of territorial and spatial development, and so on. Of course, current status of decision making in spatial planning and territorial development means using a lot of spatial and technology. And the integration of data needs to ensure that those data are quality assured, up to date. Of course, you cannot do it using obsolete approaches and obsolete cartographic infrastructure, because we created infrastructure only once for several years to create a map. Now the world is changing really fast, and change fast. Now, modern ways to collect spatial data in the database and data banks, and we can create a lot of different maps just by making a request to the database. So the main topographic map of Ukraine is the base for the sets of spatial data, the national spatial data infrastructure. It is used to meet the needs of all the industries and security sector of Ukraine. And it's also a basis for all the state cadastres and registries, schema for planning territories, maintaining the up-to-date topographic map of Ukraine, and so on. I would like to tell you a few words about the Ukrainian project. I see here the customers and the implementers of this project, and the institute provided the expertise for the project. The project started back in 2019, and the goals were to create this main state topographic map as a combination of different spatial data to develop the NSDI in Ukraine. Project will end this year. The Ukrainian customer is the SGCC and several research institutions and the central administration of military topographic education, armed forces of Ukraine, and our partners from Norway, the donors, is the cartographic service of the Kingdom of Norway. The project includes three components. First is creating and updating the maps in 1 to 50,000 scale. It's a high map. The second component is creating an integral database of spatial data and developing a geoportal for NSTI. The specifics of the map are that it's a hybrid maps, because the outlines of the objects are updated with accuracy of 1 to 10,000, and all the other objects with 1 to 50,000. Your virtually associated objects are created, such as water flows, water currents, and limits of it was the coding was done in Python. Now the cartographers do it not manually but in an automated way. Also, there are criteria for selection of data to be presented on 10,000 scale map. Rules for assurance of quality were created, and GeoPortal was created to support. Also, for the maps to be smart and not contain errors, to be cartographic. The map of not alive or corrected. The 41 typologic of 45 classes of objects of cartographic maps created by this. They must be larger than cost tolerance and stuff like that. 141. The Institute of Geodesy and Topography creatively based to ensure the quality and have its software check and conceptual domain topological alignment and ability and completeness of metadata. That is after updating the map, the cartographer needs to check whether there are any errors and use other software for that. After the validation, we check files of errors are created and the cartographer is correct. The next step is the cartographer, the producer, provides it to the customer who also checks
Then the customer is getting these maps and validator is being used after that. So if everything is okay with the map, then the commission receives the map. And appropriately, apart from creation of the errors files, we also automatically get the reports in which we see all the mistakes which were made within the map, like critical, significant, etc. And or with those reports, the updated map is sent to the Commission consideration by the resolution of State Cadastre Authority. This international commission was shaped up. It comprises of Norwegian representatives, 2 people, State Cadastre Authority, 2 representatives, and Scientific Institute, 1 representative. This commission can be convenes once every month, and all the protocols are being considered, and then the maps are getting a green light or red light. So whenever there are some mistakes, then the red light, of course, comes. I cannot switch my slides. Help me out, please. So let me mention a few words about the GeoPortal of the monitoring and support of the project. This GeoPortal was developed by experts of the NSDI authority to support all the participants of the project, all the generators of data 24/7. And here you may see the status of the works. This is the old picture. And actually, this stage of the project is being finalized until the 30th of September. We expect to have the first component finalized by 100%. Also, there is this account where you can upload some input data. You can upload all the updated maps, and this GeoPortal also contains methodological materials and all the other information. And actually, you might see all this data on the slide, and all the auxiliary materials are here as well. And this portal supports actually the production of this data. In order to create geospatial map, the Geodesy Institute has developed, well, it's not switching. So it developed the specification for the state map based on the up-to-date standards. That's DSTU, a standard of Ukraine that would also be ISO, as well as the standard of the database of topographic data, and there is 91 class of objects. 52 classes would be objects of the scale 10,000, 50,000 scale. And if you speak about specification, it contains the spatial schemes, it contains the rules of digital description, and actually it contains this very catalog with all the information. Now let's proceed to the next slide. Here you may see the example from the specification, and that very specification for this basic array of geospatial data would be a template, an example for others who are developing geospatial data. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much for ideal timing and for very interesting presentation. And now I would like to give the floor, and I strongly hope we are technically prepared for that. So I'm giving the floor to a speaker from Belgium, and she is a researcher on management digitalization from Leuven University, that's the Kingdom of Belgium. Job Kromfowitz, are you here with us? I strongly hope that our technical experts are connecting for an expert already. Mr. Job, can you hear us? Отож, чи чутно мене і чи бачите ви мою PowerPoint-презентацію? Я вже включив демонстрацію екрану, не знаю наразі, з чим проблема, на жаль. Чи може хтось із технічної команди допомогти мені, будь ласка? Я зараз намагаюся увімкнути демонстрацію екрану. Отож, доброго дня, чи чутно мене? І чи бачите ви мою PowerPoint-презентацію? Підкажіть, будь ласка. Зреагуйте хтось, будь ласка, чи видно мою PowerPoint-презентацію? Мені здається, що все рухається, отож дуже чудово. Я дуже радий, що ми все ж таки впоралися, вийшли на зв'язок. Доброго дня із Белграду. Я зараз тут по роботі, і у мене десь 15-20 хвилин. Я хотів би поставити вам два запитання. Що ж таке підривні, найновітніші геотехнології? І, пам'ятаючи про це питання, перейдемо на наступний слайд. Ви знаєте, що 2020 рік був дуже підривним роком. І дехто казав, що це просто небачений рік донині. І я вважаю, що це правда, що справді так і є. 2020 рік був справді підривним роком, котрий порушив усі правила, і ми бачимо, що він дійсно був відмінним від усіх інших років. І справді це пов'язано із радикальними, значними змінами. Ось цей слайд наразі вже не є релевантним, бо все так швидко змінюється. Будь ласка, шановна аудиторія, повідомте, чи ви мене чуєте? Отож, будь ласка, Києве, повідомте, чи ви мене чуєте. На жаль, пан Джоеб Кромпец не отримує відповіді від аудиторії, тому не продовжує свою доповідь. Mr. Joib, they can hear you with delay, which is why they are not giving the answer. Can you please proceed with your presentation? Отож, на жаль, я був зам'ючений. Давайте поговоримо про те, яким є вплив ось таких новітніх технологій, проривних технологій. Отож, давайте я повернуся трішки назад, ну, хоча перейду ось сюди на наступний слайд. Я бачу, що в нас затримочка, так, на 2 хвилини. Отож, яким є вплив ось таких новітніх революційних технологій? Отож, дехто вважає, що вони є чимось захопливим, багатообіцяючим, а дехто каже, що це не так вже й добре. Отож, є 2 передбачення. Отож, для прикладу, перша цитата. Це цитата із минулого. І, до речі, цим прикладом я хотів би продемонструвати вам, яким є вплив революційних, інноваційних технологій, але також тут певне перебільшення у нас присутнє. Ось для прикладу. Книги скоро стануть чимось застарілим у державних школах, і науковці будуть отримувати інформації через відповідні технології, котрі проходять крізь око. І наша шкільна система буде абсолютно безповоротно зміненою через 10 років. Це цитата із 1913 року Томаса Едісона. І ще одна цитата, досить така велика, вона стосується комп'ютерів. Через 3 до 8 років буде машина, котра матиме інтелект середньої, пересічної людини. І вона зможе читати Шекспіра, змащувати мастилом автомобілі, вести політичні бесіди, розповідати жарти та боротися. І через декілька місяців це буде вже геній, а вже через місяці чи то рік сила такої машини буде непереборною. І це стосується цитати Мартіна Мінські 1970 року. Він був якраз науковцем, котрий вивчав штучний інтелект та комп'ютери. Тобто ми бачимо, що цитати дещо перебільшені, але все ж таки майбутнє настало. І коли ми поглянемо на приблизний потенціал економічного впливу технологій, от, якщо ми поглянемо на відповідні технології, за оцінками Глобального інституту Маккінсі, ми бачимо, що буде мобільний інтернет, котрий матиме найбільший економічний вплив. І ви бачите, що у нас до 11 трильйонів, так? Це буде вплив мобільного інтернету. І також інтернет речей, 3D, принтинг, все це вже, по суті, у нас новітні технології, котрі настали. І якщо ми поглянемо на вплив таких інноваційних технологій, то вони, безумовно, мають вплив на окремих осіб, на суспільство в цілому, а також на організації, тобто створюються нові продукти, нові послуги. І нам потрібно пам'ятати, що, власне, послуги завжди продукуються, виробляються для споживачів. І таким чином рівень задоволеності споживачів також буде змінюватися, а в зв'язку з цим будуть змінюватися і організаційні структури. І буде вплив чинитися навіть на економіки та на уряди. І, можливо, ви чули такий термін, як ажіотажний цикл цифрових технологій. І тут я показую, власне, які технології зараз є на хайпі, як ми кажемо. І тут ми говоримо переважно все ж таки про штучний інтелект. І мої колеги, до речі, один з них буде виступати також, сьогодні також описали відповідний хайп-цикл чи ажіотажний цикл цифрових технологій для наших громад. І вони зазначали, що у 2018-2019 основним хайпом було 3D-принтинг, автономні автомобілі, потім дещо знизився ажіотаж довкола цих технологій, і на хайпі стали, що інтернет речей, для прикладу, смарт-міста. І ми знаємо, знову ж таки, історії Кембридж аналітика, і ми знаємо усі темні сторони, по суті, ось цього хайпу та проривних технологій. І я хотів би показати вам дещо, привідкрити завісу над цією темною стороною. І Знову ж таки, все, чим ви ділитеся, і знову ж таки, все, що ви купуєте, вся ваша поведінка купівельна та в онлайні, все це складає, по суті, такий от профіль вас як окремої людини. І, по суті, штучний інтелект знає дуже багато про вас і навіть щось собі там про вас думає. Отож, це приклад того, що ми називаємо deepfake, коли людина може створити ось такий, чи змусити, власне, будь-яку людину говорити те, що ви хочете, щоб вона говорила. І це досить смішний був випадок, якщо ви бачили це відео, де ось цей хлопчина змусив Дональда Трампа говорити те, що він хотів, щоб той говорив. І я хотів би, власне, включити відео, але мені здається, що це неможливо наразі, так? І затримка у нас надто значна. Отож, в рамках наступного прикладу я хотів би показати вам наступне. Отож, мова про Amazon. І Amazon ставили експеримент у Південній Кореї. Вони використовували зеплінг і давайте все ж таки поглянемо, можливо, на це відео. Ви бачили, що дирижабель постачав певні лікарські засоби. І ви бачите, що тут у нас також все оперується паралельно дронами.
І він розсилав Amazon усі листи та посилки, які доставлялися дронами в цій країні. Ось як це працювало. Ну, тобто можна ознайомитися з тим, як це відбувається. Це ще один приклад того, як дрони можуть слугувати корисним цілям, але я думаю, що людям би було не по собі, якби завжди в них над головою літав дирижабель і усюди кружляли дрони. Ще один момент – це мобільність, скажімо, у Сингапурі молодь у віці 20 років в середньому 12 годин 42 хвилини на день дивиться на екран смарт-годинників чи смартфонів. Тобто ви розумієте, що майже весь час вони дивляться лише на смартфони і комп'ютери. Чи це добрий знак? Поганий знак? Вам вирішувати. Ще один момент – це штучний інтелект. І до 2030 року приблизно 21% робот усіх робочих місць могли бути автоматизовані до 70%. Це буде загрозою до менше кваліфікованих людей. Про це ми маємо пам'ятати. І 1% додаткових робіт створюється 40 тисяч. Це буде те, що створюється самим штучним інтелектом. Негативний момент – це те, що роботи виходять на і мають взяти на себе цю роботу.
Тож я не буду показувати вам цей кліп. На жаль, так, хоча він досить цікавий. Отож, якими є ризики інвестиції? Не у ті речі, у котрі потрібно було б інвестувати, втрати з боку ринку. Ну, власне, ви бачили весь перелік на екрані. Ну, і знову ж таки, ми не можемо завжди контролювати ось інноваційні, революційні технології. Що ж нам робити? Нам потрібно освічувати усіх довкола нас щодо сильних сторін, щодо позитивного впливу таких технологій, але також і щодо ризиків. Також нам потрібно розширювати нашу мережу і нам потрібно створювати багатодисциплінарні команди. Нам потрібно розуміти, яким чином грамотно використовувати аналітику з тим, щоб ось такі інноваційні технології використовувалися у правильному руслі. Нам потрібно чітко розуміти, яким є більш широкий вплив таких технологій. І я щойно вже наводив, правда, приклади, що можна і на благо цивілізації використовувати ось такі технології. Отож, наразі я підходжу до завершення своєї презентації. Перепрошую, що пройшла вона не надто плавно, безпосередньо з технічних міркувань, і перепрошую за це. Отож, висновки. Так, інноваційні технології – це щось нове, і вони можуть все ж таки використовуватися для блага усіх нас, але ми не повинні очікувати якихось див та радикальних змін. Також дуже потрібно пам'ятати, що нам слід дуже ретельно обдумувати, яким ж чином використовувати інноваційні технології. І хочу зазначити, що вони є тільки частинкою більш всеохопної, всеосяжної, масштабної картини даних. І якщо ви будете влаштовувати тортури над технологіями достатньо довго, то вони зізнаються в будь-чому. Ну, завершу на такому позитивному жарті. Знову ж таки, перепрошую за технічні затримки і передаю слово назад до вас у залу. Пане Дмитре, шановні колеги, спасибі за увагу. We are really sorry, dear colleagues, and we are a little bit late in terms of agenda. So, are we going to drink some coffee? Well, and we have the microphones here for the questions. Hello, my name is Roman, and I represent a small community where I'm dealing with land cadastre. So tell me, please, you understand, and I'm actually speaking with the cadastre authority now. Is there any mechanism of getting data from the land cadastre? And actually, can we use some other resources for us to see the land plots? What is their designated use? Who is the owner, etc.?
So the community as a subject, so far as I know, cannot get this data, or I just don't know why or how it's done. So it's a question more to the technical experts. And maybe our colleagues will tell how this. Yeah, this microphone doesn't work. It does. I would like to tell that the state cadastre service needs to follow the law. The law says that the state land cadastre is the basis for other cadastres and is used for decision making at all levels of governance. And for local self-government authorities and central authorities, information from the state cadastres is provided free of charge. So I'd like to ask you to ask the geocadastre officially requesting the information about your territory, because make a reference to the law. But in general, the data are open according to the law on the NSDI. The data from the state land cadastre, just like other special data, must be posted on the geoportal as open data accessible through the FS service. Fortunately, we don't see it currently. And I'd like to add to this, because that was a good response, but there is a political and a technical component, because from what I know, this process offers access through registration and other ways. So there is probably a political part, because open personal data or other types of data that cannot be open. Yes, but you need to actually send a request to the cadaster and get the access you need, or at least it will provide clear explanation why the data cannot be provided. Now, talking about meeting the norms of the law, well, I'm sure cadaster is striving to do everything according to the law. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Yes, please. Alexei Dorenko, Implement for Ukraine. My question is to Tatiana. At the national level, from what I understand, a topographic map of 1 to 50,000 is needed. But what about the local level? Why do we need such an accurate map? And if you speak about creating a database of geodata, we need to speak about creating a topographic map of some scale, either 1 to 10,000 or 1 to 500, whatever. That's my first question. And the second question is to everyone. Do we have any overall vision in the state for development of spatial data? For example, we have exchange formats. Cadaster works with XML. NSDI works with GML files. And according to the order of the Cabinet of Ministers, it's JSON and GDB. Those are different formats. Can we select one? Well, thank you. First of all, answer the question why we need 1 to 50,000. Well, not for the national, but for the local level. So 1 to 50,000 is the main topographic map. For local level, it's a great beginning to get into detail. Local level is totally different catalog of meetings. We are also moving away from this paradigm of setting scale and keeping this words 5,000, 10,000. We speak about it only because it has its own catalog of text attributes and accuracy. Later we will move from it. And the infrastructure you see works like anti-Hoover, just like collecting data from the local level, generalize them, to aggregate them, and automatically update a smaller scale maps. So every scale can be used, and we need to be realistic as well. It would be good to the basic main map, topographic map using 1 to 10,000, but the resources that are required for it and monitoring. Well, no artifact can be commissioned until it's measured in the database. We understand that. Also, talking about the fact format. So yes, our Geodesy and Cartography Institute was again making GPD format because it's a closed format of our GIS. Must be open. I assume that GML, which can be read by all GIS, JSON, and so on. But the web services, this data will be available to you even without the need for exchange file formats. Yes, in the installation this presentation, there was a pyramid about which format is used at which level. And because of government authorities, it is important. Maybe starting with 1 to 5,000 scale and then to 1 to 500 scale, because the accuracy provided by the additional state materials, we understand is the aggregation process, because if you get all 1 to 500 together, you will not understand it, because risk has not just the right to exist, but also certain requirements. That we have geodesic concept. For every task, there is a different accuracy. Yeah, and if we post everything on the database, you can restrict access based on scale. There is also the implementation of content for the state level carbon trap 1 to 10,000. The state is responsible, and for the level of 500 or 1,000, the community is responsible to provide your community with a base map with a scale of 1 to 2,000. And we can speak about definition as well. Definition of the map is another important attribute of the primary materials, source materials. There are some trends in the world and in the European countries. You can use internet to learn about that easily. And now there is a critical point really with the topography at the national level and the local level, the level of local self-government authorities. Most territorial use the materials created many years ago. So the 1 to 10,000 scale map is cannot be up to date more than like 10 years. So we need to update the cartographic materials in our country and quality assured and correct so that these maps, not in the papers, like in most cases, but in databases. I know about many cases because many people from local self-government authorities, when they have a good electronic data, they don't use them. And the task of an SDI and us all is to implement this, is to initiate this. Again, my personal task as head of department of SDI is to initiate this process because it has not started yet to update 1 to 10,000 apps, and we are doing everything in our power to do that, and I'm sure we can do it. And we will do our best for that. Yes, and you say that they have the territorial communities, but I can say the same thing about the cadastre. They have a huge database, pretty complete database, but the communities cannot use them. So it's the same shelf somewhere far away. You don't have access. Yeah, correct. I suggest that we switch our discussion into a more pleasant place near the hot coffee because we are running out of time already, and I think we'll start our next session at 11:55. So looking forward to see you all here after this small coffee break. Thank you.
When I'm lonely sky. All these blue I can know I was really hoping. Why don't you and I don't together like we can change the weather tonight.
last night. Maybe I can make it right. Sit down closer, baby. We can talk about it. No need to be mad. Hate to see you sad. Yes, I know I'm crazy, crazy about you, crazy about you.
I know I'm afraid sometimes. I know I get drunk some nights. I know I get way too high. I just wanna live it up with you. I know that it might be tough. I know when you've had enough. It's just how I show my love. Now you cannot live it up with you.
I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you mess with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head.
Розпочинати вже другу секцію, яка також присвячена питанням національної інфраструктури геопросторових даних та геоданим, але вже більш практичного спрямування. І я хотів би представити сьогодні учасників нашої дискусії. По-перше, це Тарас Случик, старший консультант муніципального компоненту, експерт International Republican Institute in Ukraine.
Second session, which is also related to the issues of the NSDI and spatial data, but it's practical. And I'd like to introduce today's participants of the discussion. And first of all, that's Taras, Chief Consultant of the Municipal Component, expert at the International Republican Institute in Ukraine. Billy, head of distance assessment at the Center for Topographic and Geodesics. Vladimir Papchenko, Director General of System Solutions. Nikita Mansky, Deputy Director of this company. Director of Territorial Planning Institute. Jonathan Patenko from drone.ua. Kansky, head of the Center for Topographic and Geodesic Services. I'd like to give the floor to the first speaker, Mr. Sluchik. Please. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Taras Sluchik, and I'm the Chief Consultant of the Municipal Component of the EUCI. I'm not a geodesist or architect or geoinformation specialist. My background, but in the last few years, I've been coordinating production of spatial systems, special data systems in 6 territorial communities. And I'd like to share not really best practices, but rather managerial challenges that I see as a person who sees outside, even though there is a political will at the level of leaders of the communities. So it's more about managerial stuff, but I know that here we have executive bodies or businesses to produce and implement such projects, and it's I'd like to start with this very simple thesis. Very suggest that you don't need to digitalize chaos because then you will have a digital chaos. Because it's now a fashion, a fad to implement digital technologies. And as a self-government has its own specifics, just like central authorities do. The first thing we encountered when we implemented GIS systems in different places or introducing different modules, it's very often they don't have a procedures for these things. And the question is when the business comes to self-government or you as managers or those who create policies for decision makers need to take into account that you don't need just to implement an IT product. You need well-designed custom procedures because you can buy this software, but you can sustainably implement it. So in this years, I'd like to share some of the challenges that countries also considering the context of implementation of the NSDI. Yeah, here we go. So the first thing I'd like to draw your attention to is the issue, like, when you come to local self-government authority, very often you see that the top policy, it's actually, it's sort of there is, but when you need to implement a module, which relates, for example, to residential buildings, but they also use special data, very often you see that the department or municipal utilities, so they buy their own software, which is totally incompatible with GIS because it's a different standard. Now, with countries wants, for example, when it's very difficult to get data from another project to combine them as one of the module of GIS system. So first of all, you need to just make a decision about having a single body in the council that makes official policy and responds for it in practice.
Well, let me proceed now. And the second important thing, that would be lack of some clear-cut procedures. So there may be some product, for example, GISO, but we don't know who the administrator is, who's responsible for filling in the data there. And we are speaking not just about those data which are stipulated by the law, but there are some other data which are not mentioned in the law on NSDI, but still there's no regulation, no procedure. This is just some obsolete tradition, that's it. So that's a problem because you have to create these procedures from you. Let us proceed. We were speaking about midterm planning as well. Whenever we want to develop GIS, the community, for example, had a targeted program of digital transformation, but GIS was mentioned just once. Though this product is even more important compared to any other IT products. And it's very strange that regardless of the fact that GIS is such a thing which can be developing for a lengthy period of time, and it may be there in services and utilities, housing, medicine, architecture. But when you're asking the community, what's your plan? They don't have a plan. They don't have anything formalized. They say, we would like to have something. Well, but when you would like to to have a look at the plan, it's not out there. And speaking about Khmelnytsk City Council, I know that representatives are here. When we were developing GIS, we were developing a program dedicated to development of GIS, but the planning shall be there, that's for sure. If we haven't planned that, we cannot demand the quality of implementation of what was planned. And we have problems with execution, right? So, the next thing, coordination with the IT department. So we face this very problem that on one hand, there is infrastructure which is developing its own GIS infrastructure or municipal development cadastre. But when you go to IT department, they say, well, we've heard they were doing something, but well, it's not clear. There's no comprehensive policy. So there's the problem of coordination with IT department, which has to actually be responsible for all the digital policy, all the policy in the area of digital transformation of the city and architecture, or the Department of Architecture, or maybe some separate department shall be there, or maybe the Cadastre Authority, which should be coordinating the policy together with IT in terms of development of GIS. Well, and sometimes there's this conflict with the question who is administrating this very just system, and there's no unified approach. Then something I'd like to pay attention to draw your attention to. The next thing, it would be the challenges. So, to speak about the challenges, that would be the financing issues. It's very difficult to explain to mayor, governor that that's important, because very often they are directed at something tangible, a road, for example, road construction, road refurbishment, maybe building of a school. And I face this problem that in architecture or in IT, there are great specialists. They understand why they need GIS, but it's very difficult for them to explain to the city administrators using simple language that it needs to be financed, because there's always a lack of money in the budget. But this is the issue of priorities, right? And actually, all the areas are fighting for their priorities, and they are fighting to be allocated a bit more money for their functions to be taken into account and implemented. So what is important here? We need to understand how to voice out the arguments for the city administrators. We, as an international technical aid program, tried actually pushing these issues a bit more further, and we were speaking about co-financing, and and we do that, not the people who actually have to do that because it influences their day-to-day work. The next important detail would be human resources, as always, right? That's very cool if GIS system allows creating some tiers, but there are no human resources for that. To have human resources, there's the issue of financing again, and there's the issue of augmentation once again. Then external communication. That's another thing. Well, we had this survey in 5 cities whether people know about GeoPortal as part of geospatial system, and something like 3 or 4% of the citizens knew about that GeoPortal. Well, that's a negligible share of percentage, I should tell you. Then the next thing, those occupying managerial positions don't understand why they need GIS system. Very often, for example, it can make the planning easier. For example, to develop the services and utilities, public services utility system. But the mayors, again, don't understand what would be the benefit for them if we're speaking about repair, about energy efficiency, etc. So that's the challenge of communication. We don't know how to properly explain it all to those inside the team and externally. What to do with that? What shall be done by the communities, and what shall the state stimulate in this regard? So very often those who are executors, implementers, they cannot bring this idea to administrators of the community. The first thing is very simple. This is a very technical issue, but it's very important. Very often our executive authorities are procuring plenty of IT products which are not compatible, not interoperable at all. For example, there was this APA conflict, etc. And a very simple thing, when software where is procured by people who do not know anything about what is already in place. And one other simple example, state-owned facilities are often buying something for their GIS systems, but IT department does not know about that, though they have to be involved in the dialogue and they have to set the standards. And then we have a managerial problem, how to make it all interoperable. How to achieve interoperability and compatibility. So this is about the approach. Then the next thing, there shall be midterm planning of the development of GIS, as in anything else. So it can be part of the digital transformation program, like a separate section, or it can be a separate designated targeted program, as it was done by Khmelnytskyi Council. So also, I got very surprised that in 2018 some communities had a GIS, but there was not a single document which would regulate in what way it would operate. So we need to go into more details there, of course, and together we had to go into more details developing the document. And I believe that communities, taken into account the complicated nature of it all, well, still we need to go into more detail, speaking about certain community or areas of data which are not stipulated directly but by any regulations. Then the issue of coordination, assessment, reporting. Well, there's the question that in the communities we have GIS systems which cost sometimes more than 1 million hryvnias, but actually the question is, what is the outcome of implementing these modules or systems? Then that's the issue just of reporting, informing people about what was done, because very often MPs do not even know that there is geoportal and geo information system in the communities. And I know actually these examples when local MPs learn about the presence of GIS, not from the architecture department, IT department, but from some third parties. And actually, I believe we shall change something in these very approaches, and we need to disseminate somehow this information for all the stakeholders to understand what they have in place and in what way they are being developed. Then, what I would like to draw your attention to, something I was already mentioning, we have the issue of quality of data. That's a catastrophe, I should tell you, because we don't have the culture of data quality. We don't have specialists, and so we actually have very low discipline. And people do not know how to properly use computer even, and they don't understand why they need introducing data in appropriate format, why they need to spell the street name appropriately, and why do they need to enter the number of the permit to allocate some advertisement. Well, actually, that's ridiculous that people do not understand why they need interoperability of data, compatibility of data, and it's very important to explain to these people in what way it adversely influences the process. And the last thing here would be actually ownership of it all. Sometimes the Department of Architecture is forcing people to do something, right? Or maybe Department of Finance, and they are quite authoritative, and they are sometimes making people do something. When we were coming to communities, we were asking, what do you need? We were talking to managers of various departments, asking, do you need this for day-to-day work? And do you want to own this product, right? And now briefly about some cases we had. This is Zhytomyr city and advertisement area. It was important actually for us not to show what advertisement is located where, but also there are permits for allocating advertisement, right? There is the agreement and permit, these two documents. And it's very important in order to understand, for example, the issue of justice and access to data. I mean, whether everybody is paying money for the advertisement. And what is interesting, we in Zhytomyr have got public services and utilities inspection. You know, we don't want people to be calling the architecture authority asking whether there is a permit. Everything shall be online, shall be transparent, and it's easy to control the processes. The next example, it can be the same situation with temporary constructions and buildings. registry. So, in order to create a temporary building, there shall be two documents. That's the passport of the building, and also there is this trades department, and they're giving some servitudes as well. There's two various departments coordinated by two various people, and it was very interesting to look at the process when they started communicating between themselves. This department and architecture authority, previously they were not communicating, and they had their separate Excel sheets, though they were dealing with the same product, right? And now they try to somehow verify the data and change it all for better to ensure high quality. Taras, sorry. Yeah, I'm wrapping up. 1 minute. And Nikopol City, another example, that's a land authority which consolidated all the land data, for example, lease agreements, and simplest problems were what? They didn't have specialists who could have been dealing with this. They still had Excel sheets. Speaking about Zhytomyr again, well, they lack plenty of documents there, and actually they are absent at GeoPortal because they do not exist at all. And the last thing I'd like to mention, I would like even show you Mariupol City. This is not what we were implementing, but this is something they started implementing as a result of our GIS processes. This would be, once again, public services and utilities, and all the substructures, everything is introduced onto this map. Great effort, but well, it's very interesting for me to measure it later on, whether it helped planning allocation of money and whether it helped with making informed decisions. Thank you so much for your attention, and I have to give the floor to the next speaker. Yes, thank you for your presentation, and yeah, very interesting, a very practical presentation. Now I would like to give the floor to representative of a Center of Topographic and Geodesic Services, Jan Pilhulovi. Thank you so much. So I'm going to have my presentation now. Today we are going to speak about actually looking for information about land with the use of NSDI. Maybe I would reiterate something mentioned by the previous speakers, but let me mention that the regulations covering NSDI include the law of Ukraine on NSDI. Also, we have the resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers 532 on the procedure of functioning of NSDI. And of course, there is the plan of creation and development of NSDI. And another important thing, as of today, we have a procedure of topographical shooting, and it's quite obsolete, you know, because the technology is moved forward, were greatly developed, and we need to change it also. There is the draft order of the Ministry of Agrarian Policy and Food of Ukraine on technical requirements to geospatial data and geoinformational services of NSDI. And also this is still a project, a draft, which was not yet made a regulation or a law or anything. So let us proceed. If we go to the GeoPortal, and let me mention before this meeting, I communicated with plenty of experts. Not all of them know about it. That's a pity, but yeah, we do what we do. We try to popularize it. So the users of NSDI account would be those who got registered, who've got their login and password. And if you have the electronic signature, electronic key, you can use it. Then local self-governments, administrators of NSDI, as well as holders and the holders of geospatial data and those generating that geospatial data. Let's proceed. If we go and have a look at the map, well, we see some arrays of data here. For example, in one region they have 304, in other region 134. It doesn't tell us actually and that in Kyiv they don't have data. When we actually zoom this map, we would see more information. This information is quite interesting. Let's have a look at Zhytomyr city. Here we go. We open it and we see land plots registry, orthophoto plans, leasing agreements, designs, master plan of Zhytomyr, historical plans, a registry of advertising facilities and objects. Also, there are demographic maps, voters maps. You can see that all here. Let us proceed again. Well, for example, let's proceed with Zhytomyr city. I would like to show you information. I'm just clicking on this very land plot. I see the designated use, the area, the owner. Well, of course, we can see it all at cadastre map, and maybe I'll be asked what's so interesting about it. So the thing is that we can see what kind of building structures are there, what centers are there. For example, we can see that inclusive resource center is 1.5 kilometer, or the social services center or administrative services center is located 1.5 kilometers from here. That's quite interesting. And this is the master plan of Zhytomyr city. Well, it's obsolete, as you may tell. Okay. You can also have a look at Poltava. And these are the districts of the city, neighborhoods of the city, so streets, addresses. Let us proceed. Well, to exemplify, let me give you this situation. So, GeoPortal, right? Let us not think in the very big scale. Let's have a look at a common family which wants to move to another city. What can you do? What can a husband or a wife do in that case? They go to GeoPortal and see, well, I want to buy a land plot. Where that land plot is located, whether next to that land plot is a kindergarten, because we plan children, already have children, whether there is a hospital nearby. What is the density of the residential buildings there? Then what is the density of population in that very neighborhood? What is the condition of roads? And actually analyzing all this information, a person may understand whether they want to live there or not. And based on my personal experience, I can tell you that I live in Bucha, suburbs of Kyiv, and every day I drive through Irpin to Kyiv. And if we are taking Varshavska highway or Irpin, there are traffic jams all the time. And actually, a person can use this GeoPortal and see this all in advance. They may select a better place for living rather than this one congested with traffic jams all the time, or vice versa. A person has got plenty of friends who want to live closer to the forest, for example, and they are not worried about the time of getting to their workplace. And I'd like to draw your attention to one fact. So this example of the family, it can be used for the local authorities as well, because the local authorities may plan residential development of the neighborhood. This may also be residential developers, right? Constructors who think, well, if I build a house here, the density of the population is very high here. It won't be that nice and that popular. So they will ask me to build a hospital or a school there. I don't want that. So GeoPortal, to tell you the truth, gives high quality information thanks to integration with the nationwide systems. Well, of course, it shows all the infrastructure. At cadastre map, you can see just the photo and just the land plot. So GeoPortal gives you more and more data.
So you can use the GeoPortal officially, for example, in court. And we do that. You can check the demographic analysis, whether you can reside there, and whether the density of population is not too high there. You can also check the condition of the roads and so on. So a lot of different things. But I'd like to note that the goal of this, the purpose of this GeoPortal, a lot of experts agree, that is transparency. And opportunity to make a better managerial decisions in different spheres. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Now I'd like to give the floor to Director General of System Solutions, Volodymyr Babchenko. Thank you very much for this opportunity to see all the people working in the informational field, working with this data, using them. And I think that the information you will see now will be useful for you. I'd like to start with saying that the technology for data collection are used in these informational systems in all the situations when you need to decide something or make a measurement. And I'd like to start with the technology of laser scanning. It's a technology allowing to determine geographic parameters of any object with a laser scanner to create a cloud of points. Because, for example, we have two eyes and we see the outer world, and that's the way we actually perceive it, and our brain shows us what we see. And if we want to reproduce it electronically or make digital copy for that, we need certain technologies. And now, for example, on the left, you see ground-based laser scanning. When you have this tripod and make a scanning just near the scanner, 200 or 300 meters, everything is reproduced electronically. Or the scanner can be mounted on a car and then used. Or if you need a stronger technology or larger like around the city, you have a different system. It also allows doing scanning, but using a plane. Now you will see a system that, for example, is created in order to show what technology, what equipment is required to make a 3D map of the city, such as genomer, website. But here you see the cameras, which look there to allow certain real-life objects. There is also a laser-based lidar or a scanner, which scans 2 million points a second. Then it includes in the coordinate system, and further in the informational systems. So, like I said, such systems already exist and they are being used, and many organizations actually use such data. Here you also see that you can have a 3D model of a place and to make a mesh model, and then create a digital duplicate of it, sort of digital twin. Now this is the city of Munich. And it's coronavirus. We cannot travel to other cities, but or other countries. But this is how you see it. And you see, this is a better type of processing of the data, and these data are measurable, and the accuracy is 2 centimeters. And it's quite fast as well. The work in but processing takes some time, of course. However, very interesting to see all this together, and as they say, architecture is music in stone, and it needs to play. And I think in Kiev we have a lot of things being built, but maybe this technology will improve the quality of architecture. The solutions to be adopted will be better fit in the system of the looks of the city, because we have a lot of architectural places in Kiev that want to remain. And this is another system. For example, if some building is being built or some place where people like Spain or it's not very safe, you can use robot dogs or whatever you, or a more conventional method, because it's a very, sometimes it's a very practical need. I see some building, for example, and if I'm an architect and I want to rebuild it or make reconstruction, or I want to change its outlooks or interior of this building, I want to make it really pleasant. But I don't know how to make it bad. Then I make a 3D scan the laser, and there is a simple technology which simply digitalizes everything it sees, and then it's just digitalized. And after you got it all digital, I can take a computer and move to the bed there or here, change the outlooks or change furniture. And that's a totally different approach to actually show what we have. And so this 3D technology is more of something that you can feel, not just see. Or another method, for example, if it's a large building, but it's only one building, and we want to also recreate it in a digital way, and that we need to, I don't know, make uh, thermal insulation, for example, and we need some calculation for that. What we need to do, and where then you need to take a 1 centimeter accuracy. And then you make a flight plan, for example, for your drone. It's a small copter, and the technology was announced just a few days ago to enable its work. And for example, this small copter is used to see and check the areas around how to in depth. And after this model is created, it's sort of combined all together. I'm sure we will see it soon. And then this digital twin can be in our machine. We can use it for our work. Where else data can be used? Data that can be collected with 3D technology in civil construction, in industry, in criminalists, so all sorts of applications that mean geographic, geometrical data about certain structure. What advantages can we mention? It's fast, high accuracy, good detail, automation of process, level of safety for human, fast actually, and compatibility with all sorts of information systems. So you can see more detail. This is how you make this scanning with a laser and create such a model for a district, and then can see some architectural forms of the characteristics. For example, to produce images. For example, these things, you can identify the similarities of how large it is, and coordinates, or you can do it using the cloud points. There is also another interesting system, Hexagon Digital Reality platform, and what can be interesting for you is see a lot of sensors, manual 3D scanners are mounted, drone mounted, large 360 degrees scanners. All of them, they have like, every person does this work has their own vision how to do it, used for informational system. And so this system is made that would be combined together and get into one software. It's a cloud service. So cloud software allowing help to place this data in the someplace actually where it was made, process it, and enable other people to use this data. This is a mesh system. It's automated. Also, you add some visuals, so you can use it for 3D simulation of Paris, for example, as you see here. And you can see the whole of its architecture. You see everything around it, or for example, if you use like it's a small laser scanner and different stations, but you can combine it all together and have a seamless image in one system, so it's like you have more practical data sensors that we want for people to design this building, and you can see how it will be. It is surrounded by existing environment. For example, what is the window? That's a use case, so to say, to understand why you need the data in this format, in this 3D format. So top example, it's like our state geographic cadastre. They have their own graphic department working with the data, and they've been working since 1890s, and now they've got a new concept, the graphic model, a 3D system for all the data, all the cadastre systems or data that there are. The one system, there are sensors also in one system, and down there you can see examples. So for example, water photo, underground communications, and so on. So you use a 3D format, you have a standard for that. And here you can this small video I got from the internet. It's free access data. That's the small country of Switzerland. That you can zoom in and see different layers, different scale, 200, 100,000. See how it looks. Maybe we are used to such a map because it's a thing for us because we work with it. But if a person doesn't have geodesic or cartographic background for education, yeah, then it's better for them to watch the 3D format. For example, the same app can be watched in a 3D format. You can check the buildings and the total different feeling that you get from this place. First and second, you see, is it like big, is it small, and if I want to buy a building, so what I go for, if there is a empty place or place, other things that you can see in of the territory, industrial, residential buildings, or if you have accessible water photos, you can also combine them in this method. One system of coordinates, one system of photos, and it looks totally different. When you work with this, and in our country, we also do something to combine all this data using the system, for example. Can combine it because it's linked to the geodesic, and it's all our customers working with system. I represent a company that uses such data in order that you could work in the same reference. So thank you very much. That was quite impressive. And I'd like to give the floor to Deputy Director of this company, Alexei Domansky. Thank you for the invitation. My presentation will be about the satellite imaging and certain projects that we have. Our company has been a distributor of satellite imagery for 12 years already. We work with a lot of different suppliers and can choose the right this for your needs. The advantages are high definition, saving your time, and an opportunity to make it in an autonomous way remotely without going to the field. You can also make pictures over large territories and process them really quick. Again, satellite images are free of charge. You know, Google Maps and Here Maps, and they are very high definition. Also, you can use Landsat 30 meters and revisit text space, and Sentinel is a high definition of 10 meters and revisit 5 days. You can use them to make such analytical products for large territories to analyze the agricultural plots, the forests, land use on a large scale in the in an amalgamated community or a village council website. And regarding the best photos, best are is the definition of 30 centimeters per pixel. That means that an object that is the size of 30 by 30 centimeters, the real world will be represented as 1 pixel. Well, if you're lucky, of course. And for the first time, they launched new satellites via this new second of satellites that works with this definition of 30 centimeters per pixel, and since November 2022, they start November 21. Sorry, they start working commercial, and we will be able to provide images for you.
So actually we can provide this for you, and this is an example. Well, though yet within the territory of United States, but when we have it in commercial use, I believe we'll have the same in Ukraine. Well, this is New York, such a small island which was built there. And yet another company which can provide us with 30 centimeters by pixel shots. This would be Maxar. And together with them, we developed a proposal that's a very precise shooting from 30 to 50 centimeters, and it costs 7 hryvnias per hectare. And actually, this is a very high quality offer. That's a very good price, I should tell you. Well, all 3 satellites are used for better revisit. And you get actually the pictures of your land. That's the example. You can analyze logging of the trees. And if we zoom in, we can even have a look where we have trees with leaves and where we have fir trees, for example, pines. And we can even count cows on this very picture. And this is the example of a survey on the urban development. We can vectorize plenty of items here. And what would be the benefits? Well, that's complete autonomy. You do not need to go anywhere. You can get the data at once about these major territories. Then this photographic image is delivered to you within 1 day. And it's comparatively easy to process this data pertaining to large and extensive territories. Now, I would like to tell you about other satellites and data from them. We can deliver. This is SkySat satellite, and they've changed the model and the make a little bit, and they've changed actually their approach. They give the subscription. You can book the opportunity to conduct certain amount of surveys, and client can actually order a certain amount of photographic images within certain territory, which is quite convenient. You can even order it online. This is another example of such a photographic image. This is the urban territory. The resolution is 70-80 centimeters per pixel, but very good revisit because they have 21 satellites, and actually they are there above one territory. And this satellite flies above one and the same territory more frequently than once a day. So if it's cloudy in the morning, the weather may be nice in the afternoon and in the evening, and you can get your photographic images as soon as possible. And also Satellogic, quite interesting satellites. Why? Because they have the resolution 1 meter per pixel, and they have all the multi-spectral channels. So for the automatic processing, this is very good and very beneficial because you can count spectral indexes at once. Yeah, from this scene already. This is once again an example in more details, in less details. This is urban development view. And appropriately, if you see less, they cost less, right? And then, that's another satellite from PlanetScope company. They are delivered after certain subscription. We can subscribe or even book some photographic images for certain territory, and these satellites are going to take daily pictures, daily images, and then later on provide the images. Well, the resolution is worse, of course, that's 3 meters per pixel, but still we have both archive images for 3 years already, that's for sure, and more up to date. Those we get every day. And these are natural colors, and these are pseudo colors. And also you can calculate the index. And they are used for agrarian purposes. And let me remind you once again that they shoot the images from 6 to 12 times a day, and they cost $1 per hectare per year. Well, the key product you get from this satellite images would be orthophoto plan, and it can be used. Well, actually, it's part of the basic infrastructure of geospatial data, and it can be received from the satellite imaging, and you need just the proper location of a satellite, some baseline points, and the digital model of the terrain. Our system, our company, for certain period of time is producing these orthophoto plans, and we have very good experience of producing them for big, major, large-scale territories. And using these plans, you can update topographic maps at the scale of 10,000 and less. And whenever you buy a satellite imagery from us, we are producing these orthophoto plans for you free of charge. And also, I'd like to tell you about some projects of ours. The previous year, we were updating the map with the scale 50,000. That was a Norwegian project, and we've updated 1/6 of the territory of Ukraine. Well, and as a result, we have this map as of 2017. Also, there was this interesting project on defining the lands where the violations with amber digging was taking place. So this was the project implemented together with Rivne Institute of Water Resources. We at first were defining these spots using satellite images and by land survey. So actually the error was up to 10%, which is not much. And if you compare the price of the works when using spot-on method and satellite images, of course, satellite images suit these tasks better. And our company is organizing a conference, GStack U8, for 10 years in a row. And we invite all the users and producers of geospatial data to join us on the 20th of October this year. You can get registered here on this website. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much. And now I would like to give the floor to Ivan Kondratyuk, the director of the Institute on Territories Planning or Terrain Planning. Hello. Thank you, dear organizers, for this opportunity to deliver my presentation. I'm going to speak about geodesic surveys within an SDI system. So usually the engineering and geodesic surveys are needed when actually dealing with 50,000, 200,000 scales, whenever they need to produce any reports, whenever they need to update any cartographic data. So actually engineering and geodesic surveys are needed to constructors to get some input and output data. They are using the NSDI and they are filling the NSDI. So after the IGS, the materials are sent to the customer, and Then they go back to the national spatial data infrastructure in the form of the updated information. And actually, this IGS, or engineering and geodesic surveys, are stored there. Then the executive survey is performed, and materials of this executive survey also become the integral part of the national spatial data infrastructure. And then they are being used wherever the information of this kind is needed, meaning during construction, to solve some land issues, even in the court to resolve some land conflicts. And those performing IGS are the users of NSDI, and they generate data for NSDI, which is very important and mutually beneficial. Well, we know that currently we have all the changes in the formats in which we store data. We try to follow all the rules for this data to be interoperable and compatible, right? And we want this data to be accessible to each and everyone. And as of today, IGS is in a transition. And we can single out several stages here. In the first place, that's presence of a single system of coordinates, USK 2000, and local systems derived from it. Up-to-date equipment allows precise measurement and creation of the models which used to be overcomplicated in the past. And cadasters start speaking to each other. Certified specialists get an opportunity to have access to this special part of the land cadaster, get well-needed information about the boundaries of land plots, and they are using this data as an input data in our work. But this being the case, majority of archive materials were created, well, those which contain very important information were created in CK42, CK63 reference systems. And this being the case again, topographic space is very fragmented, which results in certain complications for us. Also, the state land cadastre was created, filled in with data. There were various periods, various formats, various requirements, and that
And currently, there are many points in engineering work that are not included in the regulations, or regulations are outdated, not meeting current needs, and the customers usually set additional requirements to the deliverables, in particular compatibility with the system used by the customers. So that is why the end product is created twice. First, to complete the NSDI, and as a drawing for the customer, which is set as a DWG format, for example. It can be some exchange file. It can be some raster format, non-vector format, if they don't use any system working with the data system. And as you see in the conversion, the information has been done during the work, during the investigation, and then this information is back to the system, but the customer only uses the information that is graphically accessible in WDG drawings. The materials of geodesic work usually contradict to the collected materials produced by the service in the previous years. It is because of lower accuracy during the previous surveys compared to the existing methods. And very often they used provisional reference systems. As you see on the right, during the field work using the modern equipment, they identified the coordinates of the residential building. Near it, there is a utility network which doesn't have any external marks.
And actually here you may see that this well is located deep under the asphalt, but its position was confirmed by the organization. Then we did our job appropriately, we received all the appropriate surveys, and then the building was moved to those coordinates which were correct compared to, because previously obsolete equipment was used, and now we see a more updated picture. So now the dimensions are proper, and this being the case, we have to do some additional works, as you may see, which are related to actually looking for this engineering networks. And sometimes there are cases when we have an opportunity to find them with the use of cable probe, or we can use this special equipment to actually test the location. But there are cases when we cannot do that. And we need to do something else to collect data and information about all these facilities, buildings, objects, and it's difficult to understand what kind of correctives need to be introduced into our documentation, because we actually want everything on its own place in the reference or coordinates system. And at this slide, you can see a very complicated terrain. And the designers performed this survey, and we have AutoCAD drawing, we have topographic plan, and designers were doing the vertical planning using some additional calculations. But that's actually the same land plot. The vertical planning may be performed right here, right in this software, but once again, the terms of reference, so the specification for performance of these works, did not contain proper formats of the information. It was DWG. So ways to improve the technologies of engineering and geodesic surveys. Well, of course, we need new regulatory base in terms of, for example, state construction norms. Then we need to conduct the executive survey for the already finished objects and constructions. Then we need to register everything appropriately, and actually we need to simplify access to information about all the cables and all the other systems, and we need to use geospatial data appropriately that way, and we need to understand the geometry of all the constructions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ivan, for your great presentation and perfect timing. And I'd like to give the floor to Tatiana Kondratenko from the Drone UA. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be present at this event, and also it's very pleasant to see people who were present here 2 years ago. And it's also great to see you growing using the innovative technology, because now I'm going to speak about innovations offered by our company. The presentation is still being loaded, right? Then a few words about our company. We are offering drone-based solutions. And the main thing that I'd like to say with today's presentation is that this technology is already available for the communities, and such technology can help you with getting the data. We started working in this sphere back in 2013. So we worked on geodesy, cartography, mining industries. So when we calculated this experience, it's actually millions of hectares if you look at the territory. And now we have a number of customers that are very loyal, with whom we keep growing ourselves. But I'd like to show you the experience of when we work with the communities, so that this very simple, on the one hand, tool is very effective. So the data collection looks like this. First, you make aerial photos using drones. It can be photos, it can be laser scanning, thermal imaging as well. But the drone itself does not process anything. And a lot of people come and say, let's fly, then drone gives me everything, and in 5 minutes I will be able to show everything to my boss at the presentation, and it's going to be cool. No, unfortunately, it doesn't work this way. Unfortunately, you need to provide for some time for processing. But the effect that it gives is really huge. And the results of the data you receive, specific processing of data from drones. They're integrated with GIS. Everyone talking about that. The basis for topographical plans. It also helps you to receive information at the side of plots that are hard to reach. So information is a lot of photos, plan that's an ordinary thing that you get in the plane. You just use a smaller, affordable, which is very convenient considering that this tool is more flexible. You can respond to any changes on your territory. Second is the digital model, really model. So you don't get a 2D image, but a 3D image, in fact. And as a result of this, you get a topographic map, which is also something that can be integrated in a special data database. So actually, that's a 1 to 2000 scale. So mostly this information today helps to quickly update information about illegal construction activities, make 2D or 3D things, take measurements. So this is an example of using a drone owned by the Mykolaiv architecture department. They do it to update information about the territories at specific plots. They've already had the orthophoto plan produced by a usual piloted plane, but considering the case of construction in cities, some places are moving really fast, and you can enter their geoportal, and in a couple of days they're planning to update some of the data about the industry. So it's great, but it takes some time for focusing, for processing. Another example of using drones is in the town of Rivne to find places of illegal construction. For example, it is very difficult to reach certain plots, so you need to do a geodesic survey, or you need to check the outlines for this construction. So very difficult to see in the field, but very difficult to notice above. That's how they use their drones. One more back, please. Yes, here we go. Now talking about what around it, and now there is an example of using drones for reconstructions, plants, servicing buildings, and stuff like that. doesn't go next slide. No. Yeah, we'll reach that place now. Okay, so it's skipped up, but I will show you if you come. But the information, in addition to it, looking really nice, it can be put in architecture, like this ArchiCAD already, and you can then use the 3D data to plan the territory. In addition, this is an example of Kiev Mercury plant in the city of Kiev, basically. So they use this 3D model just to plan the construction. Some trivial such as calculating how much cable they need to connect to buildings. So it's not just for people with some experience. This is something that you can upload to cloud environment and then let every member of the team to work on this, the data, taking measurements as required. So the data from the drones, I've been seeing a lot of interesting projects to collect data about our cultural heritage, and we've been working with creating 3D surface models in Poltava. I've seen a lot of good projects in Lviv. They have the teams doing that, making it some 3D visualization, the comments, and so on. And this type of opportunity for data collection is quite affordable. Also, considering a large-scale construction campaign in Ukraine, roads is also part of that effort, and drones can be used for feasibility studies. And you see that that's road 257 kilometers long with the width of orthogonal of 500 meters. So it took 8 days to collect the data and 1 month to process that. Just imagine how much time it would have taken if conventional technologies had been used. And also, we saw that during some of the design solutions could not be used because there were some changes that were not registered by the Google Maps or other cartographic data. And when we were creating the cartographic plan of this place, designers corrected further their topographic plans, how it should be remade within those photo plans that were produced. And as a result, we got the graphic map of 2008. Now, here is the technology allowing you to use with the drone to serve the roads. This is X4D survey. So if you're interested, come to us during the coffee break and we'll test licenses. Now it's even the automated vectorizing of such the web course go beyond the place where we have beautiful roads with nice markings. But even if you get a photo plan or a dense cloud points in this place, it really helps you in your work. And now that's another example. We just produce part of it, and then the AI continues the pattern for this line. Then one this is where again the community can use the drones is inspecting. This is the example of a dam. They got models for individual water gates, and you can measure the destructive fissures in space. Based on that, you can make decisions or design reconstruction and so on. This is de facto to each a very similar technology, but here you see the level of digitalization and additional data that you get when looking from below. And considering this, drones are probably the only tool that allows you to see objects from different sides. And the example of using the thermal vision systems. This is an interesting technology. You can do it using its phone, and this is an example how they use it. That's a key tablet app. Tablet company. They also have today I basis to plan the work to repair their lawns. So drones are used for structural objects, and it's not all. It's really good to be a part of the free. When we started in 2013, 2014, we were very much limited in technology. The only thing we could raise in the air was a camera. So finally, now a lot of systems of drones, thermal visors, cameras, spectrophotometers, and submarine drones. Stuff, they are very expensive now in the lidar. This is cloud of dots from lidar. Most animals get this information about the land, but the ground, if you remove the forest. The time, yeah, we remove the forest, and then we can do additional analytics by using algorithm classification of this. And if you have any questions, we are looking forward to see you at our booth. Thank you. Thanks a lot, and sorry for being a bad cop, but we are somewhat lacking behind the schedule. I'd like to give the floor to Viktor Kobylyansky, head of the land audit project at the Center of Topographic and Geodesic Services. Yes, thank you. Our moderator today welcomed speeches here, said that was an impressive demonstration. We have now a lot of demonstrations. This and in large hall. I agree with that. However, I'd like to draw attention that the first presentation in our session, Mr. Sluchik said that councils don't fund GIS. Why? And while I'm afraid to get overly criticized right now, I will tell you this. They don't need it. And they don't need GIS. They need a different thing. They need a good, solid managerial decision. And the things we're talking about now are the two, not more than that, for decision making. But between this decision making, there is a large gap. And most of the countries, they not careful to use tools themselves. But I'm grateful to Mr. Taras because he mentioned the council. I think the biggest user of NSDI services are the local councils. Why? Because years we've had very important land-related reforms. First, councils since 2009 became communal owners of the former collective land, and some of them received public lands, state-owned lands. Then there was a territorial community larger. Now, most of state-owned land became communal land. now in most councils, in my opinion, they don't have the capacity to effectively manage those lands. And in most councils, they have no idea about how much they have, what sort of land, and what they can do with it, and how. Besides, we need to add the problems of the next year because they will take some responsibilities of some state land controlling authorities. So they need to think about the income from the land, the issue of urban construction that has been mentioned previously, and the presentation, the welcoming word of Sebastian, he first mentioned the complex plans that already are included in the law, and they need to replace or substitute those other design documents. But the most important thing is that cancer plan is developed not for locality, but for marketing community territory, which is important, but it's very difficult to do and always with. And there is an issue of protecting land resources against illegal construction, environment damage, and so on. Then there is the issue of market of agricultural land. You all remember that from the very first of July of this year. And now the councils are the main consumers of MSDI data, but unfortunately, in most cases, they are not capable of using it on their own. They need some mediator. And there are two options. Either they do inventory document or then. So I'm speaking about audit for land users, for provide loans with collaterals. There were good examples of boards. We did it for our pipelines. So, but I'd like to compare these two approaches. All inventory survey. Inventory survey is quite slow compared to the audit and is quite expensive. It will result in providing technical documentation, so fees, new land costs, but it's an additional level of complexity. It needs to be approved and so on. But you don't see this land. But with inventory survey, there is not a problem. In addition to the lengthiness, expensiveness, difficult procedure, in almost every community we encounter this problem. There are examples of stealth meant by the previous data. Most often, the state cadastre who used the land. So, in inventory survey means you legalize all those mistakes, all those violations of the law. Besides, in most cases where the inventory is service being forced from above, and the local budgets need to pay for that because the audit costs tens of thousands of hryvnias, but the inventory survey costs more than $1 million.
Well, and the prices differ, of course, but the result is not satisfactory for the council. They cannot use it without appropriate legal analysis. At the very same time, land audit is using the data of NSDI and is using paper documents. And also they are using the air photo plans, and the state registry. So it all allows identifying the actual condition of land use and find some not used land plots. And actually, a very simple example. A colleague of mine had a bet with the land administrator. They found this free land which was actually not used for anything, hundreds of hectares, right? They found it. Then the thorough analysis would allow us providing recommendations as regards the use of land plots. Well, just imagine you spend millions of hryvnias to actually have a list of these land plots or do this inventory for just one plot and let the future users pay for it all, for the rest, right? And what is also important, we calculate the proceeds to the local budget from the land use, meaning we identify land which is being used, but no taxation is taking place, no taxes are being paid. And this audit in one quarter or half a year, well, its return on investment is great, actually, right? We bring back all the money spent on the audit, and the budget of the country gets even more. And I know some local councils which were ordering land audit, and they are effectively using the results of that audit. And also speaking about GIS, I know some communities which are using it, but it happens only when mayors and community heads are interested in the well-being of their community. And still, I've mentioned about the drawbacks of inventarization and about the pros of the audit. I believe we have to combine both audit and inventarization. First of all, land audit with possible further inventarization of not all the land, but some certain territories. And whenever they are really they are really willing to do the cataloging of the land or inventarization of the land, then yes, why not? There shall be a tender, and there shall be prior communication with the customers, with the local councils. We recommend them include the legal analysis conditions into the tender, meaning they have to combine both audit and inventarization there. So, in the greeting remarks, a minister, Mr. Roman, mentioned this very popular word, synergy, and the synergetic effect of combining experts in GIS, in land management, in legal land issues. Well, the effect is huge and well needed. And I would like to underline once again, as of today, the most important user would be the local councils. And that's in the person of the councils. And we need to help all those needing help to ensure effective use of the national infrastructure of geospatial data. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much for a very interesting presentation. And I'd like to address the audience. Do you have any questions? So, my honor to all of you, head of Vakulivka Village Council, Dnipropetrovsk Oblast. I have a proposal. As a head of the platform Village Development of the Association of Amalgamated Communities, I I'd like to agree with the words of the last presenter. We actually see that audit is very efficient tool. And Mr. Minister Roman Mykolaievich mentioned today, well, that's really true. That's the present to all of us. Because Order 853 was passed, and the subvention which is going to be there for the local self-governments, well, it's very, very well needed for geospatial planning. And all the methods which were mentioned today at this great conference, thank you for inviting me, they will be efficient and they will be efficiently used, of course. And I completely agree with you that we have human resources starvation, cadre starvation. And I have a proposal. We shall cooperate with associations more, with associations of amalgamated territorial communities, with cities associations to help us, the community. So we've lost a year because of COVID, and we need to speed it all up because we are already lagging behind in our development. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, there's no subject to discussion. We shall do what you said, right? That's clear. Thank you, dear colleagues. And I wanted to mention that Association of Amalgamated Territorial Communities and Association of the Cities of Ukraine and Municipalities of Ukraine was the partner of this very event. So, dear colleagues, guests, do we have any further questions? Oh, I see a mic, please. So, speaking about the audit, you've mentioned you give an opportunity to heads of village councils to make appropriate managerial decisions. So, speaking about IT department, do you give them some GIS data you were using in the process of your work, some zoning, some areas within this zoning? So meaning, will the village council will get some vector data to use it later on? Of course, we have a paper copy, we have a database, and you know, I believe experts will understand the use of old cartographic materials and maps, like the scheme of splitting the land between the collective farm within the village, right? It all shall be updated. We need to retailer it all somehow. We need to make more surveys and images. We need to combine it all properly. We need to actually introduce it all into the public cadastre map, not to have any mistakes, even not to have that error in 10%. But yes, of course, all the information is provided, which will allow efficiently work in the future. Thank you. Yes, I see your hand. Hello, dear colleagues. Ministry of Agriculture of Ukraine. This is not a question, but I'd like to add. Today, some attention was paid. Something's wrong with the microphone. Have it closer. Yeah. So, I'd like to add to what was mentioned before. Today, you've mentioned the problems which are out there, right? And you mentioned even communication within Ukraine of this information. So in terms of NSDI and in terms of the information mentioned by the presenters here, we really lack communication between architecture, IT, local councils. So you know what the problem is? Not everybody is following the requirements of the legislation on implementation of appropriate position of a person responsible for spatial data. And also we have this agency of tourism, and I'd like to draw attention of the local communities that in the world GDP, countries get something like 10-11% from tourism. Ukraine is losing in this game. And the COVID year, I've underlined that the drop in GDP didn't happen because we didn't have that well-developed tourism. But the other side of the coin, we are not using the potential for development. And actually, we can use NSDI to boost the touristic potential and build and reconstruct roads. And we can actually involve more and more tourists in terms of green tourism, in terms of local infrastructure. And we have to use this data. And we have more and more tourists from the Gulf area and from Arabic countries. And, you know, they really love the green countries, and Ukraine is very rich in greenery, as you may know. And we have to popularize this idea. We need to, you know, have more data for tourists in NSDI, for the Ministry of Tourism to be using it to boost GDP of Ukraine. Thank you for your attention. Well, that's the greatest pleasure to hear that all the participants of the event understand that we are working for the common good. Well, dear guests, I would like to invite you to lunch break. The next session will start at 2:30. We are lagging behind the agenda a little bit, but I'd like to ask you, don't be late, please, this time. We will start at 2:30 sharp. Thank you.
done to me. I'm not the same.
Другу панельну дискусію нашої конференції, яка присвячена питанням функціонування системи єдиної державної електронної системи у сфері будівництва. Я хотів би представити вам сьогоднішніх учасників нашої панельної дискусії. Олександр Павлович Чижевський, президент Національної спілки архітекторів України. Олександр Гончаренко, проєктний менеджер по впровадженню ЄДСБ, проєкт ТАПАС. Максим Горковчук, розробник програмного забезпечення ЄДСБ, SoftPro. На онлайн-включенні з нами будуть перебувати Енді Кют, це директор компанії Consultants Ware із Великобританії, та Саймон Барлоу, виконавчий директор департаменту консультацій з питань послуг агентства з адресації Великобританії Geospace. Також у нас будуть брати участь сьогодні Станіслав Дьомін, тимчасово виконуючий обов'язки директора Науково-дослідного інституту геодезії і картографії, і Світлана Батинчук, головний архітектор міста Бровари. Отже, можемо розпочинати. Хочу передати слово Олександру Павловичу Чижевському для вступної промови.
Представляю, так би мовити, професійний загал користувачів тої єдиної електронної системи в будівництві, про яку ми сьогодні будемо говорити. Але оскільки я мало похожий на того, хто розробляє компоненти цієї системи або очолює її, я вам скажу, так би мовити, таку сентенцію, яка йде, що називається, з глибини. Відомий сатирик і гуморист товариш Жванецький колись сказав, що його вперед смотрите, якщо весь опит ззаді. Так я хочу сказати, що ідучи сюди, я налаштовувався, що ж, як правильно, яку цьому зробити, так би мовити, запівку. Хочу сказати, що згадалося, як в 90-му році я став заступником директора тоді великого архітектурно-будівельного інституту, і був такий, знаєте, молодечий задор. Ми розуміли, що щось треба робити по-новому, треба піднімати свою архітектурну проєктну діяльність, піднімати продуктивність праці і таке інше. І ми дуже активно зайнялися автоматизацією проєктування, тим більше, що до цього у нас в інституті стояла дуже передова на той час болгарська, велика обчислювальна машина ЕВМ, займала вона цілий поверх, обслуговувала її великий відділ, там було чоловік 40 і так далі. Ну і намагання отримати якийсь результат конкретний, ну, зокрема, для архітекторів там перспективу. Ми тоді, я пам'ятаю, як сьогодні проєктували дитячу поліклініку, вона і сьогодні стоїть там, недалеко від озера, як на Голосіївській площі. Ну, це була величезна подія, коли ми побудували перспективу на 3 точки. Зрозуміло, що це все не шлях. Тоді всі знання були в Москві, ми туди регулярно їздили, почали притягувати речі, які пов'язані з роботою на персональних електронних машинах, на ПОМах. З'явилися процесори, з'явилися сопроцесорами процесори, це було так важливо. І дуже важливим було програмне забезпечення. Тоді всі перекладали 10-й автокад, його локалізація робилася в нас, ми придумали пакет під назвою «Маестро», і нам здавалося, що коли ми автоматизуємо оце, скажімо, архітектурне проєктування, коли ми сюди підключимо ті, скажімо, напрацювання, які були в Інституті автоматизації проєктування в НІАСі, які доєднували різні обчислювальні програмки, зокрема там гідравлічну систему і таке інше, то ми створимо те, що ми називали тоді АТЛ-проєкт, автоматизована технологічна лінія проєкт, і це буде вершина, і ми взагалі все порішаємо і всього досягнемо. Досить швидко, як кажуть, ідея почала оволодівати масами. Ми зрозуміли, що відділ автоматизації нам заважає, ми його скоротили, машину здали. Найдорожче було здати, там якісь були деталі з золота. І всі почали освоювати персональну техніку, це стало буденним, це стало звичайним. І ми зрозуміли потім, що це ніяка не вишка, насправді це просто ми, по суті, маємо інтелектуальну систему креслення. А насправді є...
We understood that the automation department was not required. Fired everyone. We sent the computer to the junk, and what personal PCs it became an ordinary thing. And then we understood that it was not like a top level; it was just an intellectual drawing system. That there are so many tasks that need to be dealt with, and then in this century we got the new BIM technologies, we learned about them, and then we understood that we did not need it, we did not need to read, because the society needs to grow to a certain level to use our tools, and our customers don't need technology. But in the society, the situation is different. And I would like to say that this forum that we've been speaking about GIS, and we understand that the real transformations in the country should be in this area, and one of the components of the administrative and territorial reform, which is totally something that you cannot imagine without the new systems for territory management. Now we're in a university with a lot of academicians who have telling us for 20 years about the systems of territory management, about population management, urbanism, and stuff like that. But in fact, everything remains as it has been. That's but only after the GIS period, after linking theory to practice, and see how much changed our practice, our work in the country. So the only united system in construction is a way to change the country. Well, we don't use this traditional. Yeah, we understand that very soon we are not going to get rid of corruption and it's everywhere unless we start doing digital when this true digitalization becomes spread all around our lives, especially in construction. And this is again part of a large transformation. This renovation of the country and probably the right way. And the question is how fast we are working with this. And you know, back in 1990s, everyone was so proud of having those tablets to throw in, but then they started using tablets. And the important thing is the mood. And we feel that there is a demand in the society for the change. And I think we will be able to provide some supply in terms of change. I will not be repeating because I don't understand my task here. I would like just to say that I've been making some preparation. But reading to you definitions about this single electronic system, there will be other speakers who will tell you about this. But I am sure that while having this good experience and we switched to designing using personal computers and the designing process became different in the country, I am sure likewise we will switch to the real digitalization in the construction management and especially with regard to territory governance and administration reform and the new life that it creates. So I wish you all a lot of success and celebration and you knowledge. Thank you. You were very right to say that we need to master knowledge and looking at the agenda, we do have something to master. I'd like to give the floor to the manager of the single system. Can tell us about what needs to be mastered and how. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. And I'm gonna tell you about the electronic system, the construction here, briefly how it works, what it consists of, and why we do it at all. So what does it consist of? The law provides for it for specific components. It's a register of construction activities containing all the information then users cabinet, electronic cabinet, where all the users listed in the law can view information, add more information, and create documents. There's also systems public portal, presenting all the information entered in the system online without registration, offering access to all the information except personal data. Another component is the electronic cabinet at the DIA portal, electronic services portal, and we understand that's an important component, the tip of an iceberg. While these previous elements are the foundations, sort of pillars of the system, but the DIA services are the reason why it's done. So the automated services at the DIA portal make you not the customer not enter any data in the portal. They just need to know 16 numbers to begin or stop the construction and the number of completion of the document. Why? Because during the construction, a lot of subjects create a lot of documents, and they are not aligned. Sometimes they're contradicting to each other, and then it's given to a customer who is not an expert and who needs to then work on that. And that is why we receive 70% of rejection provision of services, because people make errors, and most of the users are ordinary people who are not construction people, they're just people. Further, to ensure the subjectivity, system provides for operation of, we see how many cabinets need to be created, how many of them have already been created. So, as the system is being created yet, some of the functions have not been implemented, and also into the law, technical passports and technical conditions will be created after the 21st of September 2021. And there is also a system for interface with other state systems, such as a state cadastre and the state register of legal entity. It is this interface that allows making checks. So there are documents, and the regulation on the system provides 44 types of documents to be created in the system. And I mean, creating, it's not collecting scanned copies, it's creating documents that can be used further. And now already there are changes in the legislation. For example, there is a law on of the procedure of connection to electronic networks, and it's and the electric networks. It's another type of documents. Also, I think that when new laws are approved, new documents will be added to this list. An important component of system operation is the automatic checks, the data analysis. And that's a subsystem for risk management within the system. It allows ensuring the registration of documents and checks for their completeness, consistency, and validity. It's important because we've been having a declarative principle before. We've had a lot of customers abused the system actually, and a lot of technical errors also appear. So these automatic checks and they use 26 criteria. They allow ensuring consistency and validity of information, accuracy of information, introduce the possibility of illegal registrations in the system. Also, in the process of implementation, we've encountered a situation that many documents still exist in hard copies. They will continue existing. They're not in all the data sets. That is why they are submitted as paper documents to the Centers for Administrative Services, and to reduce the risk of corruption, we introduce such mechanisms as control term for consideration of the documents, sequence of consideration, and also results, because the results are available online. Now, talking about the sequence, before that, the authorities could choose themselves what will be registered first, what's next. Now, for the authorities, they have set sequence. They cannot consider another document, having not considered previously submitted document. It removes this queue of 2,000 or 3,000 documents everyone has been talking about for years. Also, okay, here we mentioned what was customers. I would like to tell you what's important for the electronic system in web activities, and that's quick implementation of decisions of policy making. Well, we started working with urban construction authorities. They told us it would take 3 years because no one knew how many authorities were actually there, how many bodies were there. But a few algorithms they were in the system in a few months for the state architecture and construction inspection to be able to register the documents. Another important point is unification and standardization of the requirements for documents and procedures. Because we've seen examples where in parts of the countries, documents were formed using different procedures. And now provide built-in requirements or assign addresses. Ensuring the same standard in the electronic system allows following the requirements set by the authority. Another important tool that we are planning to implement is the map of responsibilities for the whole territory of the country. Now there is a certain turbulence because of the administrative and territorial that some territories that have not been operating. That is why we plan to ensure availability of all the information through GeoPortal, so any person can actually check, see what bodies are responsible for documents. And now I'd like to tell you about that in October we are planning to launch the electronic services. Amnesty Declaration. Just the 4 declarations. Other intent here to pilot registration of automated registration of permits in some technical conditions and in December next year we're going to standardize state construction norms standards, and they will be open publicly web portal. And in March we are going to implement of clause in electronic contracts and legally binding incidents. Here I'd like to say thanks to the great team working on creating this system. It's more than 150 persons, lots of bodies and authorities, public authorities, private companies. First of all, I'd like to mention the Minister of Regional Development, the Committee of the Parliament, and the Minister of Digitalization for their support and their vision, because without it, I don't think anything would be possible, and the implementation of the electronic system would not be so fast. That's it. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Alexander. It's interesting, and the time is also perfect now. But because of too much group, who will tell us what is at the back end of the system? What's below the bond? Yeah, thank you very much, and good afternoon. Start my presentation. It is somewhat recent in the previous. So what do we actually need is single electronic system construction? First, it's pipe construction. Second, centralization, personal accountability, and saying who the participants of this system are. You cannot read it well on the side. Okay, whatever. Well, public sector is the authorities who have been doing it for years. State architecture control, addressing bodies, Ministry of Regional Development, Heritage Protection bodies, architecture and construction authorities. Private sector is more interesting because people actually take part in the system and not just submit. Since the main thing is applicants who submit a lot of documents concerning signing, approval, designs, etc. So the documents in the system really doesn't depend, but they need to provide with. Also, here we have participants of construction and the test.
So namely, they generate the majority of the documents in this system. That's technical inventarization, expertise, then some geodesic surveys, etc. All these documents are filling in the system, and they are, I would say, actually the most large-scale category of the users. We have more than 50,000 users like that, let me mention. And what's happening right now? Well, right now we have certain obligations, and actually the first were the construction control authorities, and starting from July, actually they introduce all the data into the electronic system. Then the next were the authorities of urban development and city planning. They were obliged to actually issue construction passports. Then energy auditors were next, and it all started in December 2020. This audit shall be in place within the system. Then expert organizations joined us starting from February this very year, and in August this year such global connections took place. So the technical inventarization authorities also joined this initiative, and now they're introducing data on technical passports and addresses issuance authorities. So majority of the line specialized documents pertaining to construction shall be out there in the system. Then I would like to go into more details as regards design documentation, key requirements, and the principles of shaping up of the documents in the system. So, what they are based on. If we have a look at our project documentation, for example, or design documentation, what kind of information shall be in the system? In the first place, we shall have the design task, which is shaped up by the client. So I, as an applicant, can go into the system and draw up a task. Then the constructing company is creating design documentation, and later on other documents are added, like supervision agreement, technical supervision, project expertise or design expertise agreement, and that's not an exclusive list. Any data introduced into the system, in the future they are not subject to change, meaning if you introduce certain information into the system, you cannot go back and change it. So you can actually have a look what kind of data there was as of 2019, 2020, etc. If some changes are introduced, we would still have access to the previous entries. You can see the pink dots everything's mentioned here, but you cannot read it. So when the design documentation is being altered, changed a bit, so everything after that is being changed as well. New expertise shall be carried out, expertise of the documentation, and the customer has to approve it once again. And also there's this technical supervision agreement shall be reconcluded, re-signed on this changed design documentation. We didn't have it before. We didn't have this requirement previously. Previously, there was just a notification about changing of some parameters in the design documentation. That's it. And it did not provoke all these changes at the later stages. And this is one of the benefits, though it adds some additional requirements and workload and document load, right? You have to pay for the expertise, etc. once again. Well, the key principle of drafting of the documents in the system. So some basic information, that would be a registration number, date of issuance, who issued the document, and metadata. In terms of metadata, we are saying who created this document, when the document was created, or from where the document was received, if that's a document which came to the system from some portal like DIA portal or from the Administrative Services Provision Center. Then a third stage, personal responsibility. Any document shall be signed by an electronic key, signed electronically. We know who registered it, who signed it, and that's the responsible person. And PDF document with an electronic key signature is stored in the system and is issued to various authorities. Validation. And number 4, that's unchangeability of data principle. I'm going to go into more details there later on. So after this document is issued, its electronic copy is forever served in the system as an e-copy and PDF document. And then here you can see the interface of the system, a typical one. Once again, you can't see a thing, but let me tell you. What's the peculiarity here? In such an interface, we always have document status, documents registration status, a link where, or a referral where this document was used. For example, if your design documentation was used somewhere or mentioned somewhere in some other registry, you can see all the other documents where they quoted your design documentation. If we're speaking about city planning documentation and some restrictions, you can also see that. If that's, for example, expertise, we can see what design documentation it pertained to. And we see here that any interface has got this expanded list of information blocks, and sometimes there's documents like an act. Well, we can have up to 25 of them for one project. If we're speaking about permit documents, there can be up to 40 informational blocks filled in by the specialists for future issuance of permit. And generation of the document, well, has certain stages as well. The key stage would be number 1, verification of the data introduced, meaning whenever any document is shaped up, there are requirements to verify the trustworthiness of the data. So the system is organizing this verification and is issuing a report. Whenever there are some mismatches, there will be red flags. Then 3, list of signing parties, signatories, organizations, which is responsible for issuance of this document. The head of that organization is becoming a signatory of any document, and all of the stakeholders who are mentioned in the document, who are actually mentioned and are there on the printed document, are becoming signatories to the document as well. After that, our document is being blocked for editing, meaning when it's ready, you cannot edit it anyhow. And when we come to stage 4, this would be electronic signature using this electronic key. So our PDF document is a legally binding document which in the future can be given to the security service of Ukraine, verified by law enforcement agencies. So there is this clear personal responsibility of everybody who signed the document. And here, well, what happens actually? In the first place, the document is being drawn up using the data introduced by the registrar. Also, we use data from land cadastre, from unified state registries, and all the other registries we need for making a decision on issuance or giving a reason not to issue a document. That's not the end of the life cycle of this document. It moves forward. All the electronic data without PDF document and without personal data are made public at the public portal. Then, within this system, we have a service which enables the local governments to add some information layers or tiers, and actually it enables other systems to send a request. Also, PDF is given to the customer, and if we are saying about permit documents or technical inventarization, there are the data available actually. And let us exemplify in what way we conduct integration of data. Well, of course, this is our goal. If you can see, there are several layers. The first layer tier would be for the registration or issuance of any permit document. In majority of cases, we have to have data on the land plot, meaning the data on the land plot are received from this special registry, but we will later on get also coordinates, and then we are also using the coordinates of the building from design documentation, and there is this range of verifications to actually check that this very house is within the boundaries of the land plot, and at once we are controlling the area of construction and other limitations. And whenever we are commissioning this very building, then some geodesic controls are going to be conducted as well. To your right, you can see a picture where we have overlap of all these layers or tiers, and we can actually make a decision what to do with this. What to do if the building coordinates are different, and what would be the difference which is admissible and not. And also there is this other layer which is actually prohibiting construction. There is this unified electronic system which can get integrated into the registries, get information from there, conduct analysis, and in the future either take some decisions automatically or issue some recommendations to registrars on giving a red light or green light on the document. After registration, the life of the document does not end. The document has got two ways to proceed. In the first place, change status of the document, meaning they can be sent to archives when this document is not relevant any longer, or it can actually be revitalized in a new reading, in a new version or revision, right? And there can be revision 1, revision 2, etc. And the only peculiarity here would be that the registration number, date, and issuing authority shall never be changed regardless of the version of this document, and it is all controlled by the system. Then let me give you some short statistics in what way we fill in the system. The red curve, the red line, shows the number of design documentation introduced in 2021 within every month, according to the data of the customer, meaning either customer introduced it on DIA portal or DABI registrar introduced this documentation, so to say, and the blue line would be the one showing the architects, the designers, authorized people were introducing some design documentation. Well, and to your right, there's this table, which is a quantitative one, and the dynamics is growing, starting from August, when this documentation became mandatory. We see huge decrease, and actually this is the data just for the first 2 days of September. I believe we're going to have something like 4,000 or 5,000, and if you may see, the peak was something like 5,500 of design documents introduced into DABI in 1 month. So an average indicator shall be something like 5,000 documents introduced by designers per 1 month into the system. And here you may see statistics on the design documentation. It shows how many permits were issued as regards and how many were accompanied by design documentation, how many not. So 32% were accompanied by design documentation, the rest not. And then how many expert opinions we have on the registered design documentation, it's 50-50. And the further development of the system is as follows. So more electronic services, automatization of decision making without any civil servants, elected officials, barriers, and its transit from data on the document to the document itself shown to you in the system. And we are shifting to actually some newest technologies. We want to see them in our processes and our system. That's it. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Maxim. And well, really, these were some complicated things delivered to us by this very good language. And now I would like to ask a technical team to have a speaker from abroad, Andy Cute. He's a director and senior consultant of IT consulting company, Consultingware, from Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And he's going to tell us about how to increase investment attractiveness for using e-solutions in the field of construction. На жаль, звук дуже поганий. Дуже багато скрипів і шумів, перепрошую. Все чудово. Отож, доброго дня. І я хотів би розглянути з вами ось ці питання, які щойно були ласкаво заявлені модератором. І будемо дивитися на все це з огляду також і на що? На геопростір, але будемо зважати і на фінансові моменти. Так, адже розглянемо, які переваги нам принесуть ось такі підходи, про які я буду вам зараз розповідати. І розглянемо різні проекти. Отож, ми, як компанія, залучені до співпраці із урядом, і нас також прохали, до речі, зробити огляд ситуації в Україні і ще 2 країн у країнах Східної Європи з тим, щоб власне покращити інфраструктуру, національну інфраструктуру геопросторових даних і власне зробити так, щоб ці дані відповідали вимогам Комітету експертів ООН з управління глобальною геопросторовою інформацією, що також я розглядаю як значну перевагу. Отож, дозвольте досить коротенько зазначити з приводу того, яким чином ми можемо з вами все ж таки підвищити привабливість для інвесторів, так, цієї ситуації, цієї картини, яким чином нам найкраще розробити якийсь такий от бізнес-підхід, бізнес-сценарій. Отож, яким чином все ж таки залучити інвестиції? Зараз з технологіями, думаю, що інвестиції залучаються значно все ж таки легше, і наразі аналіз ефективності інвестицій провести значно легше, і затрати на придбання та використання технологій стають нижчими. Ми зараз можемо використовувати дуже багато відповідних інших методів збору даних, і дуже часто ми думаємо, що власне це очевидно, що технології – це те, в що потрібно обов'язково інвестувати. Але це не завжди так. Дуже часто ми все ж таки інвестуємо в якісь дуже яскраві, сяючі, блискучі іграшки, котрі, по суті, не дозволяють нам повернути вкладені кошти. Так? І тому нам потрібно досить все ж таки ретельно співпрацювати із урядами. Якщо я хочу сказати, що, для прикладу, якщо ви пропонуєте проект інвестувати у нову лікарню. Яким чином ви все ж таки презентуєте переваги вашого проекту перед іншими проектами, де також планується щось збудувати, щось сконструювати, і знову ж таки потрібно вміти грамотно використовувати технології у такому процесі доведення того, що саме ваш проект є гідним відповідних інвестицій. Ну і дуже багато із таких питань постають перед нами. Тобто, яка є додана вартість чи цінність вашої пропозиції із економічної точки зору, але обов'язково із соціальної точки зору, правда? І ми дуже часто чуємо, що потрібно, щоб процес використовував складні технології, але вмів дуже легко та доступно все це пояснити. І потрібно вміти, знову ж таки, відстояти свою ціль і прозоро продемонструвати, яким чином буде відбуватися оподаткування тощо. Далі потрібно дати відповідь на запитання, чому це потрібно зробити саме зараз, чому не почекати 2-3 роки, коли це буде більш нагально. Тобто ось на такі питання ми повинні відповісти, чому саме тут та зараз. Далі, яким чином я можу порівняти ось ті переваги, котрі ми отримуємо від реалізації мого проєкту з іншими проєктами, в які також можуть піти кошти. І останнє запитання, чи дійсно це буде успішний проєкт. Ну і знову ж таки, що стосується геопросторової галузі, є, на жаль, у цій галузі такі історії неуспіху, коли дуже багато коштів інвестувалося, але, як очікувано, воно все ж таки не пішло. Так, перепрошую. І якщо ми поглянемо на ось такі, по суті, драйвери, так, те, що може надихнути нас стосовно розвитку, для прикладу, тих ж генпланів, то тут цілий ряд прикладів. І, можливо, щось подібне використовується в Україні. Тобто тут ми взяли окремі райони і працювали над ними з використанням окремих технологій. Тобто цим слайдом я хотів би вам просто наголосити, що є дуже та дуже багато відповідних прикладів, як ми можемо використовувати сучасні геопросторові технології з тим, щоб виправдати доцільність інвестування у наш проект. Це Гьотенберг, як ви бачите, різноманітні приклади. І тут, по суті, проект дався через активне залучення усієї громади. Далі ми бачимо Гельсінкі, це один із прекрасних прикладів. І тут дуже грамотно використовували 3D-інформацію для містопланування. У Берліні дивилися, знову ж таки, на внутрішні інвестиції, а у Джерсі, це на південь від Об'єднаного Королівства, тут якраз працювали із дозвільною системою.
Тож, що ми тут дивимося, якщо ми дивимося на бізнес-кейс, який ми утворюємо, є інструменти, які були використані для цього, і вони використовуються стандартно у питаннях фінансування та економіки, і нам потрібно говорити оцим особливим економічною мовою, коли ми даємо представлення таких прикладів використання. Ось тут цей приклад, він надходить з тої роботи, яку ми вже виконували. Ми розглядали конкретну сферу електронних дозволів та видання дозволів на побудову нових будівель. Це були індивідуальні житлові будинки або якісь інші варіанти будівництва. Ми бачили, що люди брали участь у цьому процесі. Ми дивилися, яким чином вони від цього вигравали. Ви бачите, на цьому слайді є дуже багато різних акторів на ринку, які виграють від ефективнішої та дешевшої організації видачі дозволів на будівництво. Тож, що ми робимо для того, щоб побудувати ці способи використання? По-друге, ми дивимося на те, що відбувається в ланцюжку створення цінності, і коли ми рухаємося від моменту отримання даних до поширення цих даних через платформи, такі як геопортал, у нас є низка різних етапів. Що ми намагаємося робити? Ми намагаємося визначити, де відбуваються різні процеси інтеграційного менеджменту даних та розповсюдження даних. Вони покращуються завдяки використання геопросторових даних. Ми дивимося, хто від цих використання, як вже показувалось на попередньому слайді, це може бути уряд, громадяни, бізнес, але кращі приклади того, як це працює, це коли всі ці три групи ми намагаємося оцінити, хто найбільше отримає від цього, чи можливо масштабні транзакції, чи є, скажімо, велика кількість економії завдяки оптимізації більш великої кількості маленьких транзакцій, чи якихось етапів бізнесу, який ведеться з використанням цього процесу. Третій пункт, який я хочу сказати, це ось ця презентація, це те, що називається аналіз ефективності витрат. Блакитним показано оті вигоди, які набуваються з часом від реалізації конкретної системи, враховуються витрати. Зазвичай це початкові витрати для організації системи, потім винаймаються додаткові працівники для того, щоб вона працювала. І далі формується така так звана кумулятивна, чиста актуальна цінність, вигода від інвестицій. Оце таким зеленим кольором криво показано. Цю криву дуже легко побудувати, тут немає чогось дуже важкого, але ви, як люди, які хочуть, щоб такі проекти реалізовувалися, повинні думати про них саме от з такої точки зору, з точки зору вигод, з точки зору грошей, так, де ви, можливо, раніше про це не думали. І знаємо, що тут вже згадувалися інші секретар, генеральний секретар FAT також згадався, що він просував реалізацію таких підходів. Ну і власне ми говоримо про те, що саме такий графік має бути корисним для професіоналів, якщо вони спілкуються з особами, які приймають рішення. Тож у нас раніше вже було наведено чимало прикладів, є вони на нашому веб-сайті, ми можемо, закликаємо вас скористатися посиланням, перейти туди. І ми також працюємо над соціально-економічних вигод використання геопросторових даних. Думаю, що за пару місяців вже буде поширюватися ця інформація. Але ми маємо сказати, що важливо економічно представити вигоди від впровадження проєкту, щоб забезпечити необхідні інвестиції. І є простий стандартний підхід переконання цих осіб, які приймають рішення. Це те, що роблять економісти і фінансисти. Якщо ми використовуємо саме такий підхід, ми з більшою ймовірністю переконаємо людей, які приймають рішення. Дякую за вашу увагу. Ось контактні дані, та ми, звісно, зацікавлені в тому, щоб поспілкуватися з тим з вас, хто має до цього цікавість. Дякую.
Well, I strongly hope that our presenter heard this round of applause. And now I would like to give the floor to another colleague from abroad, Mr. Simon Barlow, representative of an agency in Great Britain, who is going to tell us about addresses in the Great Britain. So you're welcome. Доброго дня. Дуже дякую за ласкаве представлення. Я Саймон Барлоу і з задоволенням хотів би поспілкуватися із вами про дуже важливий проект, котрий ми впроваджували у Великобританії і котрий якраз стосується адресного реєстру та усієї довкільної інфраструктури. Отож, я скажу вам, що нам це зайняло досить тривалий час розвинути, розбудувати щось подібне. І про що хотів би з вами поговорити, це про засвоєні уроки, про допущені, можливо, помилки і показати, можливо, якісь і переваги, котрі ми отримали з впровадження ось такої частинки елементу національної інфраструктури геопросторових даних. Отож, я хотів би з вами поспілкуватися, яким чином ми можемо покращити дані, як ми можемо їх перехресно перевірити, верифікувати, валідувати, і яким чином можемо покращити якість таких даних. І також хотів би поговорити про переваги впровадження ось такої повноцінної інфраструктури даних, підтримавши попереднього спікера, наче відштовхнувшись від його презентації. Отож, хочу сказати, що немає кращого прикладу, чому нам потрібен ось такий цифровий адресний реєстр, ніж безпосередньо перепис, котрий було зроблено та нарешті завершено у 2021 році. Так? Тобто дуже було важко ідентифікувати, де хто проживав, куди планував переїздити. Бралися до уваги також і відповідні урядові інвестиції у розвиток знову ж таки житлових комплексів. Так? І таким чином цей перепис, він дійсно покладався якнайширше на адресний реєстр, і робилося дуже багато спроб зробити такий перепис, такий цензус через і відповідні поштові дані тощо. Ну, цього разу справді покладалися все ж таки більш на геопросторовий підхід. І попереднього разу ми справді зіштовхнулися із рядом проблем, тому що ми не брали до уваги певних локацій, певних місць проживання, компактного проживання людей. І знову ж таки є такі місця, які наче й не передбачені для проживання людей, але вони дуже густо населені. А ми не завжди враховували і що і в'язниці, і геріатричні пансіонати, тобто пансіонати для людей старшого віку. І знову ж таки ніяк не могли погодитися, яким чином найкраще зібрати ці дані. Тобто це ті проблеми, із якими ми зіштовхнулися і які ми намагали подолати за допомогою ось такого цифрового адресного реєстру. Отож, повертаючись до нашого досвіду, котрий ми здобули у Великобританії, скажу, що ми пройшли дійсно дуже тривалий шлях. І, як ви бачите, ми починали у 1980-му, далі певне таке прискорення відбулося у 2000 році. І, напевно, це пов'язано знову ж таки і з певними віховими, важливими для нас подіями. Але дійсно попередньо було дуже багато більш на локальному рівні впровадити щось подібне на рівні вашого еквіваленту міських рад, обласних рад. І все ж таки була потреба якимось чином почати об'єднувати ці дані у щось єдине, щоб вони були не тільки у власності, в руках, у шухлядах, десь, скажімо, на місцях, а щоб це було щось таке, все ж таки, все національне. І з 1999 року я навіть почав долучатися до цього процесу, і саме тоді з'явилася ось така амбіція дещо модернізувати підхід до управління даними і надати громадянам доступ більш вільно взаємодіяти із урядом. І знову ж таки з тим, щоб була змога це зробити, дуже багато що вимагалося покращити у цифровому форматі, в онлайн форматі і, безумовно, вимагалося покращення відповідних систем та якості даних. І далі у 2010-му було засновано мою організацію Geospace, і ми намагалися якось так під однією парасолькою об'єднати усі ці зусилля. І знову ж таки тут цілу окрему презентацію можна читати, як розгорталася ця історія. Отож, знову ж таки, у 1990 році, це була дата відома, так, багатьом країнам світу, існувало, ця історія, в принципі, також була у багатьох країнах світу, коли було дуже багато найрізноманітніших розрізнених переліків адрес для цілей освіти, для цілей оподаткування. У поштової служби все виглядало абсолютно по-своєму. У місцевої влади та у центрального уряду зовсім по-іншому. Так? І у нас почалися відповідні навіть плутанини із відповідними адресними доставками. І таким чином була потреба все ж таки якось починати вирішувати, так, ці проблеми, але також не було якихось єдиних стандартів. Далі у ЖКГ також були свої переліки домогосподарств, адреси, і воно не могло далі існувати у ось такому розрізненому стані. І громадськість також не була завжди дуже задоволеною, якщо до них, правда, не доходила якась та ж адресна доставка, для прикладу. І у 1990-х тоді місцеві уряди, власне, скаржилися, що немає якихось таких от спільних стандартів, котрих можна було б дотриматися. Так? І, як я казав, у приватного сектору свої переліки, свої дані, своя якість даних, у центрального уряду все по-своєму. І тоді ще, звичайно, інтернет-технології не були настільки розвинутими, якими вони є розвинутими сьогодні. Зараз ми з вами більш так щасливчики. І знову ж таки, тоді, як я кажу, це була більш ініціатива місцевих органів влади, і вони намагалися використовувати відповідні дані, котрі були і у служб порятунку, і у служб управління нерухомим майном, і, для прикладу, у тих служб, котрі здійснювали аналіз ризиків з боку довкілля. От, уявімо собі, що повинна приїхати служба порятунку чи пожежна служба, вогнеборці, і вони не можуть грамотно, швиденько зрозуміти, де ця локація, яка знаходиться за тією чи іншою адресою. І те ж саме стосується, що і цілей оподаткування, так, могли виникати якісь ось такі схеми. Що стосується, до речі, управління ризиками з боку довкілля, потрібно було грамотно планувати, яким чином можна змобілізувати, для прикладу, ті ж сили реагування, якщо буде якийсь надзвичайний стан. І якщо у нас є актуальний перелік адрес, локацій, тоді всім більш-менш чітко зрозуміло, правда, про що саме йде мова. І також ось оподаткування, про яке я казав, це також ще не найвагоміший фактор був у цьому розрізі. Тобто, знаєте, дійсно податкова була впевнена, що у них немає 100% вірного переліку відповідних локацій, відповідних будівель, тобто, можливо, десь і не доплачуються податки на нерухомість. І десь приблизно 500, а то й більше органів місцевої влади виступили із подібною ініціативою. І вони почали працювати у партнерстві із іншими акторами, гравцями і розробили ось цей новий британський стандарт 7666 чи BS 7666, і він перегукується із стандартом ISO 19112, і нещодавно його було перероблено у ISO 19160. І, власне, тут у нас зберігається, розробляється і, відповідно, пізніше зберігається так, відповідний довідник вулиць, і також довідник земельних ділянок та нерухомого майна, як ви бачите. Тобто це частина 1 британського стандарту та частина 2 британського стандарту. Тобто це для навігації, для якоїсь мобілізації, це все дуже важливо. Тобто мова йде не тільки про адреси, правда, а більш якось широко було охоплено увагою ось це питання. Тобто навіть для рітейлерів, для продавців нерухомості це був дуже важливий крок вперед. І таким чином ми дійсно говоримо не тільки про адресний реєстр, а про щось дещо більш масштабне і широке. Ну і більшість із вас вже зрозуміли з попередніх промов, правда, переваги, які несуть із собою ось подібні стандарти. Тобто, як тільки ми вирівнюємося в рамках наших підходів, стандартів, ми можемо більш легко ділитися даними. І що дуже важливо у Великобританії, це те, що дані почали створюватися у одному форматі. І, власне, на місцевому рівні, в рамках найрізноманітніших департаментів, підрозділів, так, і що проходили навіть експертні тренінги для того, щоб вони знали, яким чином однорідно генерувати, зберігати, передавати ці дані. І також це було цінно навіть і для залучення інвестицій, коли у нас все чітко, зрозуміло, правда, викладено. І ось таке загальне порозуміння дозволило нам рухатися вперед і у розрізі сумісності, взаємної узгодженості даних. Це те, чого ми досягнули та досягли неабиякого прориву за останні 10 років. І що також дуже важливо, це об'єднання зусиль. От коли я почав працювати в пізні 90-ті, ми бачили дуже багато дуплікацій, повторень, і типовий сценарій, на жаль, виглядав саме так, що за однією адресою можна було виявити біля 100 проживаючих там. І якщо це дійсно єдина адреса і там єдина квартира, то ми розуміємо, що там закралася, напевно, якась помилка, правда, не тільки дублікація, накладка даних. І підемо далі. Ми хотіли, знову ж таки, змінити багато речей, і ми впровадили ось цей термін «цифровий адресний реєстр» приблизно у 2000 році. І ми обрали ось такий, скажімо, інтегрований підхід. Тобто кожна міська рада, селищна рада, вони створили, по суті, свій цифровий реєстр, слідуючи, безумовно, спільному стандарту, так, тобто цифровий адресний реєстр, так от, і все це було внесено у відповідну місцеву систему, котра живила відповідний центральний реєстр. І знову ж таки, бачите, підхід був знизу вгору, а не згори вниз. Не те, щоб в Лондоні було сказано там, що. Ні, все починалося з місцевого рівня, просто завдяки такому інтегрованому підходу. І, безумовно, кому краще знати інформацію на місцях, як не тим, хто проживає на місцях. Хтось із Глазго може дійсно помилитися все ж таки, а той, хто проживає і все життя ходить по тій вулиці, вкаже її більш чітко. І, як я вже зазначав, усі слідували національним стандартам, дані верифікувалися, перевірялися, ми використовували відповідні підходи для перевірки таких даних, і моя організація також надавала таке от централізовані навчання, тренінги та централізовану підтримку з тим, щоб переконатися, що процес спрацьовує гарно, як годинничок. Також ми започаткували процес, в рамках котрого усі органи місцевої влади могли долучитися до, скажімо, такої, наче програми менторства, так, де їм підказували, як, що, куди. І також було створено такий центральний хаб валідації даних, котрий дозволив отримати інформацію звідусіль, все це верифікувати і зібрати під єдиним дахом. Ну і знову ж таки перевіряло ще в єдиному форматі ці всі дані, щоб пізніше можна було легко взаємодіяти та взаємно узгоджувати всі ці дані. І, як я зазначав раніше, у нас була така програма «Порядок денний», який ми назвали UK Online, Великобританія онлайн. Тобто в рамках цієї ініціативи ми під'юджували громадян більш активно співпрацювати із урядом, брати участь у відповідних ініціативах тощо. І той підхід, який ми обрали, це якраз от він зображений тут на діаграмі, і цей підхід дозволяє громадянам надавати відповідні дані. І ті дані, котрі ми створюємо, от вони в центрі, бачите, а те, що крутиться довкола, це наче всі ті, хто робить свій внесок у ось таку всезагальну картину, більш велику картину, яку ми отримуємо завдяки таким зусиллям з висоти пташиного польоту. Так? І з чим ми зіштовхуємося зараз, останні 5 років, це такий фінансовий тиск і це такі заходи із заощадження. І ми це називаємо нове мишлення щодо НІГД і яким чином нам зробити більше з меншого, з скороченим фінансуванням досягти все ж таки в рамках НІГД якихось хороших вершин. Зараз дещо відбувається таке укрупнення, тобто з функціонал багатьох невеличких відомств переходить до більш якихось централізованих відомств. Ми виводимо з обігу відповідні сервери чи десктоп-застосунки і використовуємо відповідне програмне забезпечення з відкритим кодом. Ну, але знову ж таки ми не впоралися б, скажімо, з усім цим, якби у нас не було того потужного зусилля, коли би намагалися, щоб вся країна перейшла на єдині стандарти, щоб ми генерували дійсно якісні дані. Ну і таким чином цифровий адресний реєстр дійсно змінив взагалі наші підходи до розуміння НІГД. І тут, по суті, окремі речі, котрі нам вдалося створити. Як ви бачите тепер, дані щодо адрес, щодо назв вулиць, належним чином збираються і відповідальні, по суті, особи, так, відповідальні за верифікацію, збір даних, проходить такі етапи, як верифікація, відповідає британським стандартам. Отож, унікальний номер присвоюється відповідним введеним даним, котрий супроводжує ці дані протягом всього життєвого циклу цих даних. І, скажімо так, даних дуже багато, і ми намагаємося створювати такі ієрархічні дані, як ми кажемо, від дідусів до внуків. Тобто це може бути навіть університетський гуртожиток, де у нас великі такі споруди, і з ними досить важко працювати. Ми намагаємося ідентифікувати усі там піделементи, так, цих будівель і грамотно все це зареєструвати. Ми намагаємося прив'язувати також усі ці об'єкти нерухомості до доріг, котрі пролягають поруч, адже це важливо для правильного розуміння назв вулиць. І також ті люди, котрі створюють ці дані, безумовно, повинні вміти грамотно використовувати ці дані та й мати доступ до повноцінного використання цих верифікованих якісних даних. Тобто дуже важливо, знаєте, навіть давати зв'язок тим, хто ці дані генерує, щоб вони розуміли, яким чином покращити чи тримати планку цього процесу. І ми намагаємося знову ж таки збирати такі коментарі, зворотній зв'язок на щомісячній основі, залучаємо і спеціалістів з геопросторових даних. Я перепрошую, не чутно спікера. І відновився зв'язок. Отож, ми намагаємося якісь ось такі все ж таки орієнтири виставляти щодо якості даних. Перепрошую, знову зник спікер.
Це не тільки містобудівна документація, це вся законодавчо-нормативна база, яка задає певні параметри, створює зоноутворюючі елементи, задає певні характеристики будівель, споруд.
It was not just digital, and from the very beginning, there were certain factors that those who created and mastered territories responded to. The number of factors, the number of tasks had been growing with every new period of development of the civilization, as well as the numbers of the occupations and specialists involved in the development. And if we look at, if we skip those stages, then this breakthrough in territory management took place approximately in 1960s, when basically silicon-based processors were created and the cybernetics started expanding it's the science on managing various objects. And here we have a certain process. And the cybernetics started extensively growing back in 1940s and in 1960s. Silicon processors were introduced, and their analytical capacity grew significantly by 2 million times, actually, and all around the world. And in Ukraine, those processes were parallel. They started at different times and not interlinked. These geospatial technology were developed their own way. CAD technology in the Soviet time were developed in a different way as a designer, constructor, engineering technology, solutions, the tools for such solutions rather. After that, integration started, but after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the global market actually ate the existing processes and achievements that we had. Some of them were integrated, some just disappeared. For example, what was special for the period from 1960 to 1990? A lot of scientific developments, a lot of theoretical and practical, which formed that knowledge base that allowed further development and improvement of software, because any type of software is just a tool, not based on some fundamental scientific studies. That is, it just provide some shape for it. And now we see that approximately after thousands, maybe separate processes that had increased as sort of vector started integrated together, and we see how electronic digital registries get integrated in the GIS. Now it's a big problem for safety programs in general. This interoperability of data in these programs is very narrow. And for example, to add to the registry some AutoCAD product need to be created internally, and then we need how export in extra ways. And if you think about the integration of BIM into the system, yeah, the single system for construction, the BIM, and reciprocal integration. And if you look at the process integration, process territory here in Ukraine now, I'm not going to what my colleagues have said before. So we'll general, we now have a NSTI that's a large step. There is also city building capacity. There are local capacities as well. It's construction system, but this system is about a national cadastre, which has not yet been created. So we have the national infrastructure, and for it we need the basic topographic map. The foundation, yes, and it needs to be updated. It requires integration of data at different scales, and it must be continuously improved, creating this data that can all these registries. In addition to the NSTI, the state city building cadastre is being integrated, and all the cadastre is integrating all the levels of urban building documentation. So it's creating a picture of the future development of the territory, providing analytics territory. Because now we know that any settlement, any village, and in future it will probably be complex plans of the United communities. They are developed so as around them there is some I don't know, epicenter somewhere in the space, without taking into account any trends of development of the neighboring territories, neither demographics nor labor resources, nothing. So it helps create analytics that is also very transcendental. So if new limitations are created, they need to be supplied by the cadastre, they need to be integrated with the BIM environment, which become interoperable. So these package systems that we are offered by the bucket at the moment, they need to pass a certain stage of evolution, which was taken by the GIS systems. So they integrated data and became interoperable. So they became basically open data. We will be able to integrate this process in the BIM environment when we make the BIM environment also using the data format. So implementations can interoperable the adjust in uh, documents, design documents, logistics, and so on. So they need to be interoperable with all those sorts of information, cost, and if, disposal of this. There will be an opportunity to exchange with the data of upper level with the city cadasters and systems creating such conditions. So they integrated city documentations and laws and regulations. Then it will be a full scale exchange of information, which will allow us to deal with the challenge of the next following years. It's creating an integrated system, and it will allow us to reach a rotational model and simulation development of the territory scale simulation. So when you upload your object into such a system, you can analyze it and get answers to your questions about what consequences integration of this object will have for this site. And the system may also be able to tell you land plots for territories should be integrated into your object to make it useful and not like having now when we build the buildings and destroy cities. Thank you. One more thing. At the end, I'd like to tell that today we are in Kiev University for Construction and Architecture, and we appreciate having this venue. I'd like to say that the scientific work is really underestimated at the moment, and it's difficult to find real scientists who can structurize the tasks for technology development, and that's a big issue, just like the issue of integration between different experts, between different line ministries and communities. Let us get integrated. Let us create such systems. Let us create territories and improve them together. Thank you. Thank you very much, Stanislav, for your patience. I would like to give the floor to the chief architect of the city of Brovary. Yes, I see the strongest of us still stay in the audience. Thank you. I listened to the previous speakers. It seems to me that in future we public servants will not be needed. But so far we are part of this project, and we try to get adapted to this work. We've been working for a year since the 1st of March in this, and it was difficult to implement. Of course, we were a bit afraid of September 2020, but it worked out just fine. Despite the despite all challenges, the developers actually listened to us. When the system helps us as the authorities instruction to unify our operations, and we have the opportunity because it's portal learned from the experience of other authorities of similar profile see village and settlement level architecture bodies and its implementation of the system that allows us to better implement suitable legislation. And things the developers they take the specifics of our legislation into account while implementing all the solutions. One of the positive aspects of implementation of the electronic system is confirmation of documents provided for implementation of this system. Our town is a bit near the capital. We see the documents that we have not provided, but we provide incorrect information either via Center for Administrative Services or through T portal. The system allows us to check everything and block construction sites. And in my practice, I've seen a few of such sites. Now, what else? In this room, now we have representatives of the city building architecture from different regions of Ukraine. We met thanks to this system. It's interesting, and my colleagues agree with that. But there is one problem, though, regarding the city building and architectural authorities. They need to be also made addressing bodies. Now, this responsibility is given to many different authorities, mostly architectural bodies, but there is no legislation on that. And this united electronic system is interesting, simple, easy, and not scary. Yeah, that's my opinion based on this 1 year of operation. Thanks to the developers and everyone who supports this part of digitalization. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Svetlana. Now, dear colleagues, according to the plan, we are going to have a Q&A session. And as you've noted, the first two speakers are project manager Alexander Koncharenko and Maxim Harkovsky have left us. They left us because now they have an event concerning a reform in the reform of the state architecture and construction inspection and launching the state inspection architecture in city buildings called DR. They are out there for business. They've not just left us here, but if you have any questions about their sessions, about the presentations that they've made, it's even microphone says that I wish to stop. But if you have any questions for this session, please ask those questions to our respected speakers. I'm sure they will be able to provide their answers. No questions. There are questions, okay. No microphone, no sound. The question is, how often from your experience do you situations where executive authorities block the efforts of the local self-government authorities? We have administration for land resources and it's their business, but from my experience, interventions of central executive authorities in our operation doesn't happen. They actually help us. And at the same time, in this year, because I'm getting off the topic, but uh, we get a lot of support from federal executive authorities, and we got new legislations, we got addressing as well. So I'm not answering your question, maybe, but telling about my line of business. Any other questions, please? Yeah, I see you. Geodesist from the city of Cherkasy asked me where they can see the control topographic survey as a JSON, for example, or another type of file that is modern and not like something that is used for 1 to 500 scale. Why? Because, for example, in Cherkasy, 99% of geodesists make surveying in the DMF format. Then they convert it to DWG or geomarked TIF file, and I cannot imagine how we can demonstrate slopes, for example, in a shapefile. And the second question, maybe 15 units of materials of topographic service are submitted to me in our cadastre. But that's something for an architect to work. But what about executive topographic service? I rarely receive it because there is no way for me to actually force them. If they know that there is no punishment for not submitting the material, they will never spend an extra ordering such something. So what do we do with that then? If I may, I would like to ask that. Now, regarding exchange format and shape files and so on, well, of course, you need to take into account the digital system and its formats. So successful for what? Yes, the creation of electronic and digital maps and plans. And the system, well, when it was developed in an integrated way as a system for digital cartography, and its signs, legend used there are actually the part of the purpose for such GIS as automation of cartography. Now, talking about shapefiles and other information systems, then the visual representation depends on the library of conventional science, and I mean not just a library in the broad sense. It's just function of presented conventional science. Now, in the environment of ArcGIS, for example, they have the library supporting the scale of up to 1 to 2000. In QGIS, there was an attempt to implement presentation of such images in the scale of 1 to 500. So I want to say the shape file has no relation, or another exchange format has no relation to presentation, because it is separated from the data model. So data model and territory model are classes of objects and its presentation, visual presentation, depends on the use of libraries of conventional science. Of course, if you speak about topographic science, they can be complex, and some of them need to be worked, adapt to the digital technology, and presently modern means such as scale-based vector graphics, and which is broadly used for automation, uh, allows you to use very difficult, very complex conventional science, but it takes work, of course.
And I would like to add, I also have a lot to do with this development. Can you properly hear me? Well, you understand that that's kind of a format. XML is not a way to store it, right, in the state cadastre. Well, of course, that's exchange format. Majority of systems can export, import into shape. That's not the most high quality format. All the data is stored in the database. And in the first place, we are interested actually in the decisions which are going to be made. We are interested in the density, for example, of the residential neighborhoods and visualization. So in the first place, namely the spatial characteristics and attributive characteristics are important. Shapefile allows actually having a look at it all, and then we validate the completeness of data, everything that was mentioned, and then this data is used for automatic giving the red light if actually the residential property is too dense there, and yeah, that's the case. And the same about other characteristics. Now we are working with data already, and actually what you were asking would be about the feature of architecture. And if we have a look at the European experience, they try to make our lives easier. They are giving this powerful zooms. We can actually look inside the apartment now. The key thing would be to have high quality data, which would be integral, which would be compatible. Yeah, that's to answer briefly, which is why shape fits good. And any other format, but everything is stored in the database. This is just like a link, you know, an intermediary link. Are there any other questions, colleagues? So, if to speak about the competences of the local communities, their competences have boundaries, and these are the boundaries of the local community. But still, these boundaries differ on various maps, and we can see these differences of these boundaries, and appropriately, according to Article 46 on the land management, these measures has to be properly developed and shall be there in the cadastre map. And actually, this cadastre map is showing these boundaries in its own format, and once again, there is some mismatch with other maps again. So, if we have a look at more details, what is required as regards the borders, one of the key factors would be the coordinates reference catalog, and a new coordinates catalog shall be there at U2, but the modern technologies are allowing, not having some physical concrete poles there, right? But we can be using digital era achievements already for marking the boundary. So what is your vision as regards these boundaries of territorial communities, not to have any conflicts and not to have any disputes as regards borders between two neighbors, for example, and in what way to solve this problem in the nearest future, to have all the boundaries within all the communities defined till the end of the year at least. Thank you. Well, have a look. The digital topo base can help us in that, and the unified coordinates reference system, if we have this data there, and so we plan to update these coordinates based on the data as of 2020 in UCK 2000, and then we can proceed. The technologies which are there in the NSDI will help us moving forward, meaning they will help us more clearly define these boundaries. I believe Andriy can help me out as a developer of NSDI. Yes, I'll take a seat then. So, it's clear that Yuri Alexandrovich Karpinsky is an expert in these issues. And I can tell you that any inventarization of any object in the state cannot be finalized if we don't set the boundaries of the territories properly, right? We go from the general to the detailed. In what way can we have land cadastre of a community if we don't know the boundaries? So that's clear that civil servants understand that this is something they have to deal with in the first place. And my colleagues mentioned it all appropriately. The digital technologies allow us to do so. When they were setting these measures, it was done at a topographic card, and 1,000 was the scale, right? And the precision was 200 meters. Now we can have some other approach to that, and any inventarization shall start with that, which is why that is a very relevant issue, and I believe we cannot properly move forward if we don't finalize this year or the next one. Yes, that's a subject of discussion, and we shall not be using those concrete poles any longer. What do you think? We live in the digital era already, but you know, not everybody is a literate user of digital technologies, on the other hand. So maybe these poles still have right to a life. We shall understand where the borders are for the land utilization and other purposes, and then demarcation can be conducted, meaning we will be putting the marks somewhere there, because someone can be not aware that there is this border, and there are plenty of disputes. You know, let us say no to paper documents, paper ID cards. Everything's going to be in the electronic format. Well, I'm a bit cautious about that. Demarcation of the border. Well, I'm not sure whether that's a good idea, because we are speaking about liability here. That's my opinion. The concrete pole there is voracious, and no technologies, no digital technologies can influence that. So we shall still think about that. Well, quite an interesting summary of today's conference that we need to think, right? And well, it's up to us to decide what to think about. A lot was mentioned today. And before wrapping up, I would like to invite to the stage a representative of sponsor of today's event. That's Vladislav Huryanov, Senior Manager of Sofit Pro company. He will mention a few words and we will wrap up. Hello. Thank you, everybody who's present with us physically and virtually. I have this pleasant news, a pleasant surprise, which will make this event even more interesting. We, SoftPro, a company in our Facebook group, announced that we're going to actually give out one license for GeoPortal today. And not many participants were willing to participate. Maybe you were preparing for the event, not having your finger on the pulse that much. So let us actually have a look who the winner is today. Well, let us support Vladislav. Let us support this draw game. I believe this is not every day we have something like this. Wait a second. Representative Prokopchuk Artur, Ivano-Frankivsk City. Do we have Mr. Artur in the room, in the hall? Congratulations. Well, our company has implemented plenty of geoportals within various levels, and I strongly hope that yours is going to be the best. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, dear colleagues, thank you so much for your participation. Thank you for your patience, for desire to be with us, and I strongly hope that it was interesting for you, it was useful, and that you will take part in next events like this. Thank you so much.